At Twilight by Susan Glaspell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Shona Brogdon-Sturble. At Twilight by Susan Glaspell. A breeze from the May world without blew through the classroom, and as it lifted his papers, he had a curious sense of freshness and mustiness meeting. He looked at the group of students before him, half smiling at the way the breath of spring was teasing the hair of the girls sitting by the window. Anna Lawrence was trying to pin hers back again, but May would have none of such decorum, and only waited long enough for her to finish her work before joyously undoing it. She caught the laughing, admiring eyes of a boy sitting across from her and sought to conceal her pleasure in her unmanageable wealth of hair by a wry little face, and then the eyes of both strayed out to the trees that had scented that breeze for them, looking with frank longing at the campus which stretched before them in all its May glory that sunny afternoon. He remembered having met this boy and girl strolling in the twilight the evening before, and as a buoyant breeze that instant swept his own face, he had a sudden, irrelevant consciousness of being 23 years old. Other eyes were straying to the trees and birds and lilacs of that world from which the classroom was for the hour shutting them out. He was used to it, that straying of young eyes in the spring. For more than 40 years he'd sat at that desk and talked to young men and women about philosophy, and in those 40 years there had always been straying eyes in May. The children of some of those boys and girls had in time come to him, and now there were other children who, before many years went by, might be sitting upon those benches, listening to lectures upon what men had thought about life, while their eyes strayed out where life called. So it went on. May, perhaps, the philosopher triumphant. As, with a considerable effort, for the languor of spring, or some other languor was upon him too, he brought himself back to the papers they had handed in, he found himself thinking of those first boys and girls, now men and women, and parents of other boys and girls. He hoped that philosophy had, after all, done something more than shut them out from May. He had always tried, not so much to instruct them in what men had thought, as to teach them to think, and perhaps now, when May had become a time for them to watch the straying of other eyes, they were the less desolate because of the habits he had helped them to form. He wanted to think that he had done something more than hold them prisoners. There was a sadness today and a sympathy. He was tired. It was hard to go back to what he had been saying about the different things the world's philosophers had believed about the immortality of the soul. So, as often when his feeling for his thought dragged, he turned to Greta Loring. She seldom failed to bring a revival of interest, a freshening. She was his favorite student. He did not believe that in all the years there had been any student who had not only pleased but helped him as she did. He had taught her father and mother, and now there was Greta, clear-eyed and steady of gaze, asking more of life than either of them had asked, asking not only May, but what May meant. For Greta, there need be no duality. She was one of those rare ones for whom the meaning of life opened new springs to the joy of life, for whom life intensified with the understanding of it. He never said a thing that gratified him as reaching toward the things not easy to say, but that he would find Greta's face illumined, and always that eager little leaning ahead for more. She had that look of waiting now, but today it seemed less an expectant than a troubled look. She wanted him to go on with what he had been saying about the immortality of the soul. But it was not so much a demand upon him. He had come to rely upon those demands as it was, well, he had an odd, altogether absurd sense of its being a fear for him. She looked uncomfortable, fretted, and suddenly he was startled to see her searching eyes blurred by something that must be tears. She turned away, and for just a moment it seemed to leave him alone and helpless. He rubbed his forehead with his hand. It felt hot. It got that way sometimes lately when he was tired, and the close of that hour often found him tired. He believed he knew what she wanted. She would have him declare his own belief. In the youthful flush of her modernism, she was impatient with that fumbling around with what other men had thought. Despising the muddled thinking of some of her classmates, she would have him put it right to them as for yourself. He tried to formulate what he would care to say, but perhaps just because he was too tired to say it right, the life, the robin in the next tree was that moment, celebrating in song, seemed more important than anything he had to say about his own feeling toward the things men had thought about the human soul. It was 10 minutes before closing time, but suddenly he turned to his class with, "Go out of doors and think about it. This is no day to sit within and talk of philosophy. What men have thought about life in the past is less important than what you feel about it today." He paused, then added, he could not have said why, "And don't let the shadow of either belief or unbelief fall across the days that are here for you now." Again he stopped, then surprised himself by ending, "Philosophy should quicken life, not deaden it." They were not slow in going. Their astonishment in his wanting them to go quickly engulfed in their pleasure in doing so. It was only Greta who lingered a moment, seeming too held by his manner in sending her out into the sunshine to care about going there. He thought she was going to come to the desk and speak to him. He was sure she wanted to, but at the last she went hastily, and he thought, just before she turned her face away, that it was a tear he saw on her lashes. Strange. Was she unhappy? She, through whom life surged so richly? And yet was it not true that where it gave much, it exacted much? Feeling much and understanding what she felt, and feeling for what she understood, must she also suffer much? Must one always pay? He sighed and began gathering together his papers. Thoughts about life tired him today. On the steps he paused, unreasonably enough, a little saddened as he watched some of them beginning a tennis game. Certainly they were losing no time, eager to let go thoughts about life or its pleasures, very few of them awake to that rich life he had tried to make them ready for. He drooped still more wearily at the thought that perhaps the most real gift he had for them was that unexpected 10 minutes. Remembering a book he must have from the library, he turned back. He went to the alcove where the works on philosophy were to be found, and was reaching up for the volume he wanted, when a sentence from a lowly murmured conversation in the next aisle came to him across the stack of books. "That's all very well, we know, of course, that he doesn't believe, but what will he do when it comes to himself?" It arrested him, coming as it did from one of the girls who just left his classroom. He stood there motionless, his hand still reaching up for the book. Do? Why, face it, of course. Face it as squarely as he's faced every other fact of life. That was Greta, and though mindful of the library mandate for silence, her tone was low. It was vibrant with a fine scorn. Well, said the first speaker, I guess he'll have to face it before very long. That was not answered. There was a movement on the other side of the barricade of books. It might have been that Greta had turned away. His hand dropped down from the high shelf. He was leaning against the books. Haven't you noticed, Greta, how he's losing his grip? At that, his head went up sharply. He stood altogether tense as he waited for Greta to set the other girl right. Greta, so sure-seeing, so much wiser and truer than the rest of them. Greta would laugh. But she did not laugh. And what his strained ear caught at last was not her scornful denial, but a little gasp of breath, suggesting a sob. Noticed it? Why, it breaks my heart. He stared at the books through which her low, passionate voice had carried. Then he sank to the chair that fortunately was beside him. Power for standing had gone from him. Father says, Father's on the board, you know, it was the first girl who spoke, that they don't know what to do about it. It's not justice to the school to let him begin another year. These things are arranged with less embarrassment in the big schools, where a man begins emeritus at a certain time. Though, of course, they'll pension him. He's done a lot for the school. He thanked Greta for her little laugh of disdain. The memory of it was more comforting, more satisfying than any attempt to put it into words could have been. He heard them move away, their skirts brushing the book stacks in passing. A little later he saw them out in the sunshine on the campus. Greta joined one of the boys for a game of tennis. Motionless, he sat looking out at her. She looked so very young as she played. For an hour he remained at the table in the alcove, where he had overheard what his students had to say of him. And when the hour had gone by, he took up the pen, which was there upon the study table, and wrote his resignation to the secretary of the Board of Trustees. It was very brief, simply that he felt the time had come when a younger man could do more for the school than he, and that he should like his resignation to take effect at the close of the present school year. He had an envelope and sealed and stamped the letter, ready to drop in the box in front of the building as he left. He had always served the school as best he could. He lost no time now, once convinced, in rendering to it the last service he could offer it, that of making way for the younger man. Looking things squarely in the face, and it was the habit of a lifetime to look things squarely in the face, he had not been long in seeing that they were right. Things tired him now as they had not once tired him. He had less zest at the beginning of the hour, more relief at the close of it. He seemed stupid in not having seen it for himself, but possibly many people were a little stupid in seeing that their own time was over. Of course he had thought, in a vague way, that his working time couldn't be much longer, but it seemed part of the way human beings managed with themselves that things in even the very near future kept the remoteness of future things. Now he understood Greta's troubled look and her tears. He knew how those fine nerves of hers must have suffered, how her own mind had wanted to leap to the aid of his, how her own strength must have tormented her in not being able to reach his flagging powers. It seemed part of the whole hardness of life that she, who would care the most, would be the one to see it most understandingly. What he was trying to do was to see it all very simply, in matter-of-fact fashion, that there might be no bitterness in the least of tragedy. It was nothing unique in human history he was facing. One did one's work, then, when through, one stopped. He tried to feel that it was as simple as it sounded, but he wondered if back of many of those brief letters of resignation that came at quitting time, there was the hurt, the desolation, that there was no use denying to himself was back of his. He hoped that most men had more to turn to. Most men of 73 had grandchildren. That would help, surrounding one with a feeling of the naturalness of it all. But that school had been his only child, and he loved it with the tenderness one gives a child. That in him which would have gone to the child had gone to the school. The woman whom he loved had not loved him. He had never married. His life had been called lonely, but lonely though it undeniably had been, the life he won from books and work and thinking had kept the chill from his heart. He had the gift of drawing life from all contact with life. Working with youth, he kept that feeling for youth that does for the life within what sunshine and fresh air do for the room in which one dwells. It was now that the loneliness that blights seemed waiting for him. Life used one, and that in the ugly, not the noble sense of being used. Stripped of the fine fancies men wove around it, what was it beyond just a matter of being sucked dry and then thrown aside? Why not admit that and then face it? And the abundance with which one might have given, the joy in the giving, had no bearing upon the fact that it came at last to that question of getting one out of the way. It was no one's unkindness. It was just that life was like that. Indeed, the bitterness festered around the thought that it was life itself, the way of life, not the brutality of any particular people. They'll pension him. He's done a lot for the school. Even the grateful memory of Greta's tremulous, scoffing little laugh for the way it fell short could not follow to the deep place that had been hurt. Getting himself in hand again and trying to face this as simply and honestly as he had sought to face the other, he knew that it was true. He had done a great deal for the school. He did not believe it too much to say he had done more for it than any other man. Certainly more than any other man he had given it what place it had with men who thought. He had come to it in his early manhood, and at a time when the school was in its infancy, just a crude, struggling little Western college. Greta Loring's grandfather had been one of its founders, founding it in revolt against the cramping sectarianism of another college. He had gloried in the spirit which gave it birth, and it was he who, through the encroachings of problems of administration and the ensnarements and entanglements of practicality, had fought to keep unattached and unfettered that spirit of freedom in the service of truth. His own voice had been heard and recognized, and a number of times during the years calls had come from more important institutions, but he had not cared to go. For year by year there deepened that personal love for the little college to which he had given the youthful ardor of his own intellectual passion. All his life's habits were one with it. His days seemed beaten into the path that cut across the campus. The vines that season after season went a little higher on the wall out there indicated his strivings by their own, and the generation that had worn down even the stones of those front steps had furrowed his forehead and stooped his shoulders. He had grown old along with it. His days were twined around it. It was the place of his efforts and satisfactions. Joys, perhaps he should not call them, of his falterings and his hopes. He loved it because he had given himself to it, loved it because he had helped to bring it up. On the shelves all around him were books which it had been his pleasure, because during some of those hard years they were to be had in no other way, to order himself and pay for from his own almost ludicrously meager salary. He remembered the excitement there always was in getting them fresh from the publisher and bringing them over there in his arms, the satisfaction coming in next day and finding them on the shelves. Such had been his dissipations, his indulgences of self. Many things came back to him as he sat there going back over busy years, the works on philosophy looking down upon him, the shadows of that spring afternoon gathering around him. He looked like a very old man indeed as he, at last, reached out for the letter he had written to the trustees, relieving them of their embarrassment. Twilight had come on. On the front steps he paused and looked around the campus. It was growing dark in that lingering way it has in the spring, daylight creeping away under protest, night coming gently, as if it knew that the world, having been so pleasant, day would be loath to go. The boys and girls are going back and forth upon the campus and the streets. They could not bear to go within. For more than 40 years it had been like that. It would be like that for many times, 40 years, indeed, until the end of the world, for it would be the end of the world when it was not like that. He was glad that they were out in the twilight, not indoors trying to gain from books something of the meaning of life. That course had its satisfactions along the way, but it was surely no port of peace to which it bore one at the last. He shrunk from going home. There were so many readjustments he must make once home, so, lingering, he saw that off among the trees a girl was sitting alone. She threw back her head in a certain way just then, and he knew by the gesture that it was Greta Loring. He wondered what she was thinking about. What did one who thought think about over there on the other side of life? Youth and age looked at life from opposite sides. Then they could not see it alike, for what one saw in life seemed to depend so entirely upon how the light was falling from where one stood. He could not have said just what it was made him cross the campus toward her. Part of it was the desire for human sympathy, one thing at least which age did not deaden. But that was not the whole of it, nor the deepest thing in it. It was an urge of the spirit to find and keep for itself a place where the light was falling backward upon life. She was quiet in her greeting and gentle. Her cheeks were still flushed, her hair tumbled from her game, but her eyes were thoughtful, and he thought sad. He felt that the sadness was because of him, and the things of which he made her think. He knew of her affection for him. The warmth there was in her admiration of the things for which he had fought. He had discovered that it hurt her now that others should be seeing and not he, pained her to watch so sorry a thing as his falling below himself, wounded both pride and heart, that men whom she would doubtless say had never appreciated him were whispering among themselves about how to get rid of him. Why, the poor child might even be tormenting herself with the idea she ought to tell him. That was why he told her. He pointed to the address on the envelope, saying, "That carries my resignation, Greta." Her start and the tears which rushed to her eyes told him he was right about her feeling. She did not seem able to say anything. Her chin was trembling. "I see that the time has come," he said, "when a younger man can do more for the school than I can hope to do for it." Still she said nothing at all, but her eyes were deepening, and she had that very steadfast, almost inspired look that had so many times quickened him in the classroom. She was not going to deny it. She was not going to pretend. After the first feeling of not having got something needed, he rose to her high ground she had taken it for granted he would take. "And will you believe it, Greta," he said, rising to that ground, and there asking, not for the sympathy that bends down, but for a hand in passing, "there comes a hard hour when first one feels the time has come to step aside and be replaced by that younger man?" She nodded. "It must be," she said simply. "It must be very much harder than any of us can know till we come to it." She brought him a sense of his advantage and experience, his riches. To be sure, there was that. And he was oddly comforted by the honesty in her which could not stoop to dishonest comforting. In what superficially might seem her failure, there was a very real victory for them both. And there was nothing of coldness in her reserve. There was the fullness of understanding and of valuing the moments too highly for anything there was to be said about it. There was a great spiritual dignity, a nobility, in the way she was looking at him. It called upon the whole of his own spiritual dignity. It was her old demand upon him, but this time the tears through which her eyes shone were tears of pride and fulfillment, not of sorrowing for failure. Suddenly he felt that his life had not been spent in vain, that the lives of all those men of his day who had fought the good fight for intellectual honesty, spiritual dignity, had not been spent in vain if they were leaving upon the earth even a few who were like the girl beside them. It turned him from himself to her. She was what counted, for she was what remained. And he remained in just the measure that he remained through her, counted in so far as he counted for her. It was as if he had been facing in the wrong direction, and now a kindly hand had turned him around. It was not in looking back there he would find himself. He was not back there to be found. Only so much of him lived as had been able to wing itself ahead, on in the direction she was moving. It did not particularly surprise him that when she at last spoke it was to voice a shade of that same feeling. "I was thinking," she began, "of that younger man, of what he must mean to the man who gives way to him." She was feeling her way as she went, groping among the many dim things that were there. He had always liked to watch her face when she was thinking her way, step by step. "I think you used a word wrongly a minute ago," she said with a smile. "You spoke of being replaced, but that isn't it. A man like you isn't replaced. He's—" She got it after a minute and came forth with it triumphantly. "Fulfilled." Her face was shining as she turned to him after that. "Don't you see? He's there waiting to take your place because you got him ready. Why, you made that younger man. Your whole life has been getting ready for him. He can do his work because you first did yours. Of course, he can go farther than you can. Wouldn't it be a sorry commentary on you if he couldn't?" Her voice throbbed warmly upon that last, and during the pause the light it had brought still played upon her face. We were talking in class about immortality, she went on more slowly. There's one form of immortality I like to think about. It's that all those who from the very first have given anything to the world are living in the world today. There was a rush of tears to her eyes and of affection to her voice as she finished, very low. You'll never die. You've deepened the consciousness of life too much for that. They sat there as twilight drew near to night. The old man and the young girl, silent. The laughter of boys and girls and the good-night calls of the birds were all around them. The fragrance of life was around them. It was one of those silences to which come impressions, fates, longings, not yet born as thoughts. Something in the quality of that silence brought the rescuing sense of its having been good to have lived and done one's part, that sense which, from places of desolation and over ways rough and steep and dark, can find its way to the meadows of serenity. End of At Twilight by Susan Glaspell. This recording is in the public domain.
The Baroness, de Maupassant Original Short Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. De Maupassant Original Short Stories. It has been translated into English by Albert M.C. McMaster, A.E. Henderson, and Madame Quesada and others. The Baroness. Come with me, said my friend Bois René. You will see some very interesting bric-a-brac and works of art there. He conducted me to the first floor of an elegant house in one of the big streets of Paris. We were welcomed by a very pleasing man, with excellent manners, who led us from room to room, showing us rare things, the price of which he mentioned carelessly, large sums, 10, 20, 30, 50,000 francs, dropped from his lips with such grace and ease that one could not doubt that this gentleman merchant had millions shut up in his safe. I had known him by reputation for a long time, very bright, clever, intelligent. He acted as intermediary in all sorts of transactions. He kept in touch with all the richest art amateurs in Paris, and even of Europe and America, knowing their tastes and preferences. He apprised them by letter, or by wire if they lived in a distant city, as soon as he knew of some work of art which might suit them. Men of the best society had had recourse to him in times of difficulty, either to find money for gambling, or to pay off a debt, or to sell a picture, a family jewel, or a tapestry. It is said that he never refused his services when he saw a chance of gain. Bois René seemed very intimate with this strange merchant. They must have worked together in many a deal. I observed the man with great interest. He was tall, thin, bald, very elegant. His soft, insinuating voice had a peculiar tempting charm which seemed to give the objects a special value. When he held anything in his hands, he turned it round and round, looking at it with such skill, refinement, and sympathy that the object seemed immediately to be beautiful and transformed by his look and touch. And its value increased in one's estimation after the object had passed from the showcase to his hands. "And your crucifix?" Bois René said. "That beautiful Renaissance crucifix which you showed me last year?" The man smiled and answered, "It has been sold, and in a very peculiar manner. There is a real Parisian story for you. Would you like to hear it?" "With pleasure." Do you know the Baroness Saint-Maurice? Yes and no. I have seen her once, but I know what she is. You know everything? Yes. Would you mind telling me, so that I can see whether you are not mistaken? Certainly. Madame Saint-Maurice is a woman of the world who has a daughter, without anybody having known her husband. At any rate, she is received in a certain tolerant or blind society. She goes to church and devoutly partakes of communion, so that everyone may know it, and she never compromises herself. She expects her daughter to marry as well. Is that correct? Yes, but I will complete your information. She is a woman who makes herself respected by her admirers in spite of everything. That is a rare quality, for in this manner she can get what she wishes from a man. The man whom she has chosen without his suspecting it courts her for a long time, longs for her timidly, wins her with astonishment, and possesses her with consideration. He does not notice that he is paying. She is so tactful. And she maintains her relations on such a footing of reserve and dignity that he would slap the first man who dared doubt her in the least. And all this in the best of faith. Several times I have been able to render little services to this woman. She has no secrets from me. Toward the beginning of January she came to me in order to borrow 30,000 francs. Naturally I did not lend them to her, but, as I wished to oblige her, I told her to explain her situation to me completely, so that I might see whether there was not something that I could do for her. She told me her troubles in such cautious language that she could not have spoken more delicately of her child's first communion. I finally managed to understand that times were hard and that she was penniless. The commercial crisis, political unrest, rumors of war had made money scarce even in the hands of her clients, and then, of course, she was very particular. She would associate only with a man in the best of society, who could strengthen her reputation as well as help her financially. A reveler, no matter how rich, would have compromised her forever, and would have made the marriage of her daughter quite doubtful. She had to maintain household expenses and continue to entertain in order not to lose the opportunity of finding, among her numerous visitors, the discreet and distinguished friend for whom she was waiting, and whom she would choose. I showed her that my 30,000 francs would have had but little likelihood of returning to me, for, after spending them all, she would have had to find at least 60,000 more in a lump to pay me back. She seemed very disheartened when she heard this. I did not know just what to do, when an idea, a really fine idea, struck me. I had just bought this Renaissance crucifix, which I showed you, an admirable piece of workmanship, one of the finest of its land that I have ever seen. "My dear friend," I said to her, "I am going to send you that piece of ivory. You will invent some ingenious, touching, poetic story, anything you wish, to explain your desire for parting with it. It is, of course, a family heirloom, left to you by your father. I myself will send you amateurs, or will bring them to you. The rest concerns you. Before they come, I will drop you a line about their position, both social and financial. This crucifix is worth 50,000 francs, but I will let it go for 30,000. The difference will belong to you." She considered the matter seriously for several minutes, and then answered, "Yes, it is perhaps a good idea. I thank you very much." The next day I sent her my crucifix, and the same evening the Baron Saint-Hospital. For 3 months I sent her my best clients, from a business point of view, but I heard nothing more from her. One day I received a visit from a foreigner who spoke very little French. I decided to introduce him personally to the Baroness in order to see how she was getting along. A footman in black livery received us and ushered us into a quiet little parlor, furnished with taste, where we waited for several minutes. She appeared, charming as usual, extended her hand to me, and invited us to be seated. and when I had explained the reason for my visit, she rang. The footman appeared. "See if Mademoiselle Isabelle can let us go into her oratory." The young girl herself brought the answer. She was about 15 years of age, modest, and good to look upon in the sweet freshness of her youth. She wished to conduct us herself to her chapel. It was a kind of religious boudoir, where a silver lamp was burning before the crucifix, my crucifix, on a background of black velvet. The setting was charming and very clever. The child crossed herself and then said, "Look, gentlemen, isn't it beautiful?" I took the object, examined it, declared it to be remarkable. The foreigner also examined it, but he seemed much more interested in the two women than the crucifix. A delicate odor of incense, flowers, and perfume pervaded the whole house. One felt at home there. This really was a comfortable home, where one could have liked to linger. We had returned to the parlor, and I delicately broached the subject of the price. Madame de Saint-Maurice lowered her eyes, asked 50,000 francs. Then she added, "If you wish to see it again, monsieur, I very seldom go out before 3 o'clock, and I can be found at home every day." In the street the stranger asked me for some details about the Baroness, whom he had found charming, but I did not hear anything more from either of them. 3 months passed by. One morning, hardly 2 weeks ago, she came here at about lunch-time, and, placing a roll of bills in my hand, said, "My dear, you are an angel. Here are 50,000 francs. I am buying your crucifix, and I am paying 20,000 francs more for it than the price agreed upon, on condition that you always send your clients to me, for it is still for sale." Read by Roy Schreiber.
Beside Schopenhauer's Corpse by Guy de Maupassant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kalinda. Beside Schopenhauer's Corpse by Guy de Maupassant. He was slowly dying, as consumptives die. I saw him each day, about 2 o'clock, sitting beneath the hotel windows on a bench in the promenade, looking out on the calm sea. He remained for some time without moving, in the heat of the sun, gazing mournfully at the Mediterranean. Every now and then he cast a glance at the lofty mountains with beclouded summits that shut in Mentone. Then, with a very slow movement, he would cross his long legs, so thin that they seemed like two bones, around which fluttered the cloth of his trousers, and he would open a book, always the same book. And then he did not stir any more, but read on with his eye and his mind. All his wasting body seemed to read. All his soul plunged, lost, disappeared in this book, up to the hour when the cool air made him cough a little. Then he got up and re-entered the hotel. He was a tall German, with fair beard, who breakfasted and dined in his own room, and spoke to nobody. A vague curiosity attracted me to him. One day I sat down by his side, having taken up a book, too, to keep up appearances, a volume of Musset's poems, and I began to look through Rolla. Suddenly my neighbor said to me in good French, "Do you know German, monsieur?" "Not at all, monsieur." "I am sorry for that. Since chance has thrown us side by side, I could have shown you an inestimable thing, this book which I hold in my hand." "What is it, pray?" "It is a copy of my master, Schopenhauer, annotated with his own hand. All the margins, as you may see, are covered with his own handwriting. I took the book from him reverently, and I gazed at these forms, incomprehensible to me, but which revealed the immortal thoughts of the greatest shatterer of dreams who had ever dwelt on earth. And Musset's verses arose in my memory: "Hast thou found out, Voltaire, that it is bliss to die, And does thy hideous smile over thy bleached bones fly?" And involuntarily I compared the childish sarcasm, the religious sarcasm of Voltaire, with the irresistible irony of the German philosopher, whose influence is henceforth ineffaceable. Let us protest and let us be angry, let us be indignant or let us be enthusiastic, Schopenhauer has marked humanity with the seal of his disdain and of his disenchantment. A disabused pleasure seeker, he overthrew beliefs, hopes, poetic ideals and chimeras, destroyed the aspirations, ravaged the confidence of souls, killed love, dragged down the chivalrous worship of women, crushed the illusions of hearts, and accomplished the most gigantic task ever attempted by skepticism. He spared nothing with his mocking spirit, and exhausted everything. And even today those who execrate him seem to carry in their own souls particles of his thought. "So, then, you were intimately acquainted with Schopenhauer?" I said to the German. He smiled sadly. "Up to the time of his death, monsieur." And he spoke to me about the philosopher, and told me about the almost supernatural impression which this strange being made on all who came near him. He gave me an account of the interview of the old iconoclast with a French politician, a doctrinaire Republican, who wanted to get a glimpse of this man, and found him in a noisy tavern, seated in the midst of his disciples, dry, wrinkled, laughing with an unforgettable laugh, attacking and tearing to pieces ideas and beliefs with a single word, as a dog tears, with one bite of his teeth, the tissues with which he plays. He repeated for me the comment of this Frenchman as he went away, astonished and terrified: "I thought I had spent an hour with the devil." Then he added: "He had indeed, monsieur, a frightful smile, which terrified us even after his death. I can tell you an anecdote about it that is not generally known, if it would interest you." And he began in a languid voice, interrupted by frequent fits of coughing. Schopenhauer had just died, and it was arranged that we should watch in turn, 2 by 2, till morning. He was lying in a large apartment, very simple, vast and gloomy. 2 wax candles were burning on the stand by the bedside. It was midnight when I went on watch, together with one of our comrades. The 2 friends whom we replaced had left the apartment, and we came and sat down at the foot of the bed. The face was not changed, it was laughing. That pucker which we knew so well lingered still around the corners of the lips, and it seemed to us that he was about to open his eyes, to move and to speak. His thought, or rather his thoughts, enveloped us. We felt ourselves more than ever in the atmosphere of his genius, absorbed, possessed by him. His domination seemed to be even more sovereign now that he was dead. A feeling of mystery was blended with the power of this incomparable spirit. The bodies of these men disappear, but they themselves remain. And in the night which follows the cessation of their heart's pulsation, I assure you, monsieur, they are terrifying. And in hushed tones we talked about him, recalling to mind certain sayings, certain formulas of his, those startling maxims which are like jets of flame flung in a few words into the darkness of the unknown life. "It seems to me that he is going to speak," said my comrade, and we stared with uneasiness bordering on fear at the motionless face with its eternal laugh. Gradually we began to feel ill at ease, oppressed, on the point of fainting. I faltered: "I don't know what is the matter with me, but I assure you I am not well." And at that moment we noticed that there was an unpleasant odor from the corpse. Then my comrade suggested that we should go into the adjoining room and leave the door open, and I assented to his proposal. I took one of the wax candles which burned on the stand, and I left the second behind. Then we went and sat down at the other end of the adjoining apartment, in such a position that we could see the bed and the corpse, clearly revealed by the light. But he still held possession of us. One would have said that his immaterial essence, liberated, free, all-powerful and dominating, was flitting around us. And sometimes, too, the dreadful odor of the decomposed body came toward us and penetrated us, sickening and indefinable. Suddenly a shiver passed through our bones. A sound, a slight sound, came from the death-chamber. Immediately we fixed our glances on him, and we saw, yes, monsieur, we saw distinctly, both of us, something white pass across the bed, fall on the carpet, and vanish under an armchair. We were on our feet before we had time to think of anything, distracted by stupefying terror, ready to run away. Then we stared at each other. We were horribly pale. Our hearts throbbed fiercely enough to have raised the clothing on our chests. I was the first to speak. "Did you see?" "Yes, I saw." "Can it be that he is not dead?" "Why, when the body is putrefying? What are we to do?" My companion said, in a hesitating tone, "We must go and look." I took our wax candle and entered first, glancing into all the dark corners in the large apartment. Nothing was moving now, and I approached the bed. But I stood transfixed with stupor and fright. Schopenhauer was no longer laughing. He was grinning in a horrible fashion, with his lips pressed together and deep hollows in his cheeks. I stammered out, "He is not dead!" But the terrible odor ascended to my nose and stifled me, and I no longer moved, but kept staring fixedly at him, terrified as if in the presence of an apparition. Then my companion, having seized the other wax candle, bent forward. Next he touched my arm without uttering a word. I followed his glance, and saw on the ground, under the armchair by the side of the bed, standing out white on the dark carpet, and open as if to bite, Schopenhauer's set of artificial teeth. The work of decomposition, loosening the jaws, had made it jump out of the mouth. I was really frightened that day, monsieur. And as the sun was sinking toward the glittering sea, the consumptive German rose from his seat, gave me a parting bow, and retired into the hotel. End of Beside Schopenhauer's Corpse. Recording by Kalinda in Lüneburg, Germany, on March 10th, 2009.
The Box of Robbers by L. Frank Baum. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bethany Baldwin. The Box of Robbers by L. Frank Baum. No one intended to leave Martha alone that afternoon, but it happened that everyone was called away, for one reason or another. Mrs. McFarland was attending the weekly card party held by the Woman's Anti-Gambling League. Sister Nell's young man had called quite unexpectedly to take her for a long drive. Papa was at the office as usual. It was Mary Ann's day out. As for Emmeline, she certainly should have stayed in the house and looked after the little girl. But Emmeline had a restless nature. "Would you mind, miss, if I just crossed the alley to speak a word to Mrs. Carleton's girl?" she asked Martha. "Course not," replied the child. "You'd better lock the back door, though, and take the key, for I shall be upstairs." "Oh, I'll do that, of course, miss," said the delighted maid, and ran away to spend the afternoon with her friend, leaving Martha quite alone in the big house, and locked in, into the bargain. The little girl read a few pages in her new book, sewed a few stitches in her embroidery, and started to play visiting with her 4 favorite dolls. Then she remembered that in the attic was a doll's playhouse that hadn't been used for months, so she decided she would dust it and put it in order. Filled with this idea, the girl climbed the winding stairs to the big room under the roof. It was well lighted by 3 dormer windows, and was warm and pleasant. Around the walls were rows of boxes and trunks, piles of old carpeting, pieces of damaged furniture, bundles of discarded clothing, and other odds and ends of more or less value. Every well-regulated house has an attic of this sort, so I need not describe it. The doll's house had been moved, but after a search Martha found it away over in a corner near the big chimney. She drew it out and noticed that behind it was a black wooden chest, which Uncle Walter had sent over from Italy years and years ago, before Martha was born, in fact. Mamma had told her about it one day. how there was no key to it, because Uncle Walter wished it to remain unopened until he returned home, and how this wandering uncle, who was a mighty hunter, had gone into Africa to hunt elephants, and had never been heard from afterwards. The little girl looked at the chest curiously, now that it had by accident attracted her attention. It was quite big, bigger even than Mamma's traveling trunk, and was studded all over with tarnished brass-headed nails. It was heavy, too, for when Martha tried to lift one end of it, she found she could not stir it a bit, but there was a place in the side of the cover for a key. She stooped to examine the lock, and saw that it would take a rather big key to open it. Then, as you may suspect, the little girl longed to open Uncle Walter's big box and see what was in it, for we are all curious, and little girls are just as curious as the rest of us. "I don't believe Uncle Walter will ever come back," she thought. "Papa said once that some elephant must have killed him. If I only had a key." She stopped and clapped her little hands together gaily as she remembered a big basket of keys on the shelf in the linen closet. They were of all sorts and sizes. Perhaps one of them would unlock the mysterious chest. She flew down the stairs, found the basket, and returned with it to the attic. Then she sat down before the brass-studded box and began trying one key after another in the curious old lock. Some were too large, but most were too small. One would go into the lock, but would not turn. Another stuck so fast that she feared for a time that she would never get it out again. But at last, when the basket was almost empty, an oddly shaped, ancient brass key slipped easily into the lock. With a cry of joy, Martha turned the key with both hands. Then she heard a sharp click, and the next moment the heavy lid flew up of its own accord. The little girl leaned over the edge of the chest an instant, and the sight that met her eyes caused her to start back in amazement. Slowly and carefully a man unpacked himself from the chest, stepped out upon the floor, stretched his limbs, and then took off his hat and bowed politely to the astonished child. He was tall and thin, and his face seemed badly tanned or sunburnt. Then another man emerged from the chest, yawning and rubbing his eyes like a sleepy schoolboy. He was of middle size, and his skin seemed as badly tanned as that of the first. While Martha stared open-mouthed at the remarkable sight, a third man crawled from the chest. He had the same complexion as his fellows, but was short and fat. All three were dressed in a curious manner. They wore short jackets of red velvet braided with gold, and knee breeches of sky-blue satin with silver buttons. Over their stockings were laced wide ribbons of red and yellow and blue, while their hats had broad brims with high-peaked crowns, from which fluttered yards of bright-colored ribbons. They had big gold rings in their ears, and rows of knives and pistols in their belts. Their eyes were black and glittering, and they wore long fierce mustaches, curling at the ends like a pig's tail. "My, but you were heavy!" exclaimed the fat one, when he had pulled down his velvet jacket and brushed the dust from his sky-blue breeches. "And you squeezed me all out of shape." "It was unavoidable, Luigi," responded the thin man lightly. "The lid of the chest pressed me down upon you, yet I tender you my regrets." "As for me," said the middle-sized man, carelessly rolling a cigarette and lighting it, "you must acknowledge I have been your nearest friend for years, so do not be disagreeable." "You mustn't smoke in the attic," said Martha, recovering herself at sight of the cigarette. "You might set the house on fire." The middle-sized man, who had not noticed her before, at this speech turned to the girl and bowed. "Since the lady requests it," said he, "I shall abandon my cigarette," and he threw it on the floor and extinguished it with his foot. "Who are you?" asked Martha, who until now had been too astonished to be frightened. "Permit us to introduce ourselves," said the thin man, flourishing his hat gracefully. "This is Luigi," the fat man nodded, "and this is Benny," the middle-sized man bowed, "and I am Victor. We are 3 bandits, Italian bandits." "Bandits!" cried Martha with a look of horror. "Exactly. Perhaps in all the world there are not 3 other bandits so terrible and fierce as ourselves," said Victor proudly. "'Tis so," said the fat man, nodding gravely. "But it's wicked!" exclaimed Martha. "Yes, indeed," replied Victor. "We are extremely and tremendously wicked. Perhaps in all the world you could not find 3 men more wicked than those who now stand before you." "'Tis so," said the fat man approvingly. "But you shouldn't be so wicked," said the girl. It's naughty." Victor cast down his eyes and blushed. "Naughty!" gasped Benny with a horrified look. "'Tis a hard word," said Luigi sadly, and buried his face in his hands. "I little thought," murmured Victor, in a voice broken by emotion, "ever to be so reviled. And by a lady! Yet perhaps you spoke thoughtlessly. You must consider, miss, that our wickedness has an excuse. For how are we to be bandits, let me ask, unless we are wicked?" Martha was puzzled, and shook her head thoughtfully. Then she remembered something. "You can't remain bandits any longer," said she, "because you are now in America." "America!" cried the three together. "Certainly. You are on Prairie Avenue in Chicago. Uncle Walter sent you here from Italy in this chest." The bandits seemed greatly bewildered by this announcement. Lugui sat down on an old chair with a broken rocker and wiped his forehead with a yellow silk handkerchief. Benny and Victor fell back upon the chest and looked at her with pale faces and staring eyes. When he had somewhat recovered himself, Victor spoke. "Your Uncle Walter has greatly wronged us," he said reproachfully. "He has taken us from our beloved Italy, where bandits are highly respected, and brought us to a strange country where we shall not know whom to rob or how much to ask for a ransom." "'Tis so," said the fat man, slapping his leg sharply. "And we had won such fine reputations in Italy," said Benny regretfully. "Perhaps Uncle Walter wanted to reform you," suggested Martha. "Are there then no bandits in Chicago?" asked Victor. "Well," replied the girl, blushing in her turn, "we do not call them bandits." "Then what shall we do for a living?" inquired Benny despairingly. "A great deal can be done in a big American city," said the child. "My father is a lawyer," the bandits shuddered, "and my mother's cousin is a police inspector." "Ah," said Victor, "that is a good employment. The police need to be inspected, especially in Italy." "Everywhere," added Benny. "Then you could do other things," continued Martha encouragingly. "You could be motormen on trolley cars, or clerks in a department store. Some people even become aldermen to earn a living." The bandits shook their heads sadly. "We are not fitted for such work," said Victor. "Our business is to rob." Martha tried to think. "It is rather hard to get positions in the gas office," she said, "but you might become politicians." "No!" cried Benny with sudden fierceness. "We must not abandon our high calling. Bandits we have always been, and bandits we must remain." "'Tis so," agreed the fat man. "Even in Chicago there must be people to rob," remarked Victor with cheerfulness. Martha was distressed. "I think they have all been robbed," she objected. "Then we can rob the robbers, for we have experience and talent beyond the ordinary," said Benny. Oh dear," moaned the girl. "Why did Uncle Walter ever send you here in this chest?" The bandits became interested. "That is what we should like to know," declared Victor eagerly. "But no one will ever know, for Uncle Walter was lost while hunting elephants in Africa," she continued with conviction. "Then we must accept our fate, and rob to the best of our ability," said Victor. "So long as we are faithful to our beloved profession, we need not be ashamed." "'Tis so," cried the fat man. "Brothers, we will begin now. Let us rob the house we are in." "Good!" shouted the others, and sprang to their feet. Benny turned threateningly upon the child. "Remain here," he commanded. "If you stir one step, your blood will be on your own head." Then he added in a gentler voice, "Don't be afraid. That's the way all bandits talk to their captives. But of course we wouldn't hurt a young lady under any circumstances." "Of course not," said Victor. The fat man drew a big knife from his belt and flourished it about his head. "Sablood!" he ejaculated fiercely. "Sabananas!" cried Benny in a terrible voice. "Confusion to our foes!" hissed Victor. And then the three bent themselves nearly double and crept stealthily down the stairway, with cocked pistols in their hands and glittering knives between their teeth, leaving Martha trembling with fear and too horrified to even cry for help. How long she remained alone in the attic she never knew, but finally she heard the cat-like tread of the returning bandits and saw them coming up the stairs in single file. All bore heavy loads of plunder in their arms, and Lugui was balancing a mince pie on the top of a pile of her mother's best evening dresses. Victor came next with an armful of bric-a-brac, a brass candelabra, and the parlor clock. Benny had the family Bible, the basket of silverware from the sideboard, a copper kettle, and Papa's fur overcoat. "Oh, joy!" said Victor, putting down his load. "It is pleasant to rob once more." "Oh, ecstasy!" said Benny, but he let the kettle drop on his toe, and immediately began dancing around in anguish, while he muttered queer words in the Italian language. "We have much wealth," continued Victor, holding the mince pie, while Lugui added his spoils to the heap, "and all from one house. This America must be a rich place." With a dagger he then cut himself a piece of the pie and handed the remainder to his comrades, whereupon all three sat upon the floor and consumed the pie, while Martha looked on sadly. "We should have a cave," remarked Benny, "for we must store our plunder in a safe place." "Can you tell us of a secret cave?" he asked Martha. "There's a Mammoth Cave," she answered, "but it's in Kentucky. You would be obliged to ride on the cars a long way to get there." The three bandits looked thoughtful and munched their pie silently, but the next moment they were startled by the ringing of the electric doorbell, which was heard plainly even in the remote attic. "What's that?" demanded Victor in a hoarse voice as the three scrambled to their feet with drawn daggers. Martha ran to the window and saw it was only the postman, who had dropped a letter in the box and gone away again. But the incident gave her an idea of how to get rid of her troublesome bandits, so she began wringing her hands as if in great distress, and cried out, "It's the police!" The robbers looked at one another with genuine alarm, and Lugui asked tremblingly, "Are there many of them?" "112!" exclaimed Martha, after pretending to count them. "Then we are lost," declared Benny, "for we could never fight so many and live." "Are they armed?" inquired Victor, who was shivering as if cold. "Oh, yes," said she. "They have guns and swords and pistols and axes and "And what?" demanded Lugui. "And cannons!" The three wicked ones groaned aloud, and Benny said in a hollow voice, "I hope they will kill us quickly, and not put us to the torture. I have been told these Americans are painted Indians, who are bloodthirsty and terrible." "'Tis so!" gasped the fat man with a shudder. Suddenly Martha turned from the window. "You are my friends, are you not?" she asked. "We are devoted," answered Victor. "We adore you!" cried Benny. "We would die for you!" added Lugui, thinking he was about to die anyway. "Then I will save you," said the girl. "How?" asked the three with one voice. "Get back into the chest," she said. "I will then close the lid so they will be unable to find you." They looked around the room in a dazed and irresolute way, but she exclaimed, "You must be quick! They will soon be here to arrest you." Then Lugui sprang into the chest and lay flat upon the bottom. Benny tumbled in next, and packed himself into the back side. Victor followed, after pausing to kiss her hand in a graceful manner. Then Martha ran up to press down the lid, but could not make it catch. "You must squeeze down," she said to them. Lugui groaned. "I'm doing my best, miss," said Victor, who was nearest the top. "But although we fitted in very nicely before, the chest now seems rather small for us." "'Tis so," came the muffled voice of the fat man from the bottom. "I know what takes up the room," said Benny. "What?" inquired Victor anxiously. "The pie," returned Benny. "'Tis so," came from the bottom in faint accents. Then Martha set upon the lid and pressed it down with all her weight. To her great delight the lock caught, and springing down she exerted all her strength and turned the key. This story should teach us not to interfere in matters that do not concern us, for had Martha refrained from opening Uncle Walter's mysterious chest, she would not have been obliged to carry downstairs all the plunder the robbers had brought into the attic. End of The Box of Robbers by L. Frank Baum. Recording by Bethany Baldwin.
Brothers by Sherwood Anderson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alana Jordan. Brothers by Sherwood Anderson from the Bookman. I am at my house in the country, and it is late October. It rains. Back of my house is a forest, and in front there is a road, and beyond that open fields. The country is one of low hills, flattening suddenly into plains. Some 20 miles away, across the flat country, lies the huge city, Chicago. On this rainy day, the leaves of the trees that line the road before my window are falling like rain. The yellow, red, and golden leaves fall straight down heavily. The rain beats them brutally down. They are denied a last golden flash across the sky. In October, leaves should be carried away, out over the plains in a wind. They should go dancing away. Yesterday morning I arose at daybreak and went for a walk. There was a heavy fog, and I lost myself in it. I went down into the plains and returned to the hills, and everywhere the fog was a wall before me. Out of it trees sprang suddenly, grotesquely, as in a city street late at night people come suddenly out of the darkness into the circle of light under a street lamp. Above there was the light of day forcing itself slowly into the fog. The fog moved slowly. The tops of trees moved slowly. Under the trees the fog was dense, purple. It was like smoke lying in the streets of a factory town. An old man came up to me in the fog. I know him well. The people here call him insane. He's a little cracked, they say. He lives alone in a little house buried deep in the forest and has a small dog he carries always in his arms. On many mornings I have met him walking on the road, and he has told me of men and women who were his brothers and sisters, his cousins, aunts, uncles, brothers-in-law. The notion has possession of him. He cannot draw close to people near at hand, so he gets hold of a name out of a newspaper, and his mind plays with it. One morning he told me he was a cousin to the man named Cox, who at the time when I write is a candidate for the presidency. On another morning he told me that Caruso the singer had married a woman who was his sister-in-law. She is my wife's sister, he said, holding the little dog closely. His gray watery eyes looked appealingly up to me. He wanted me to believe. My wife was a sweet, slim girl, he declared. We lived together in a big house, and in the morning walked about arm in arm. Now her sister has married Caruso the singer. He is of my family now. As someone had told me the old man had never been married, I went away wondering. One morning in early September I came upon him sitting under a tree beside a path near his house. The dog barked at me and then ran and crept into his arms. At that time the Chicago newspapers were filled with the story of a millionaire who had gotten into trouble with his wife because of an intimacy with an actress. The old man told me the actress was his sister. He is 60 years old, and the actress whose story appeared in the newspapers is 20, but he spoke of their childhood together. You would not realize it to see us now, but we were poor then, he said. It's true. We lived in a little house on the side of a hill. Once there was a storm, and the wind nearly swept our house away. How the wind blew! Our father was a carpenter, and he built strong houses for other people, but our own house he did not build very strongly. He shook his head sorrowfully. My sister, the actress, has got into trouble. Our house is not built very strongly, he said as I went away along the path. For a month, 2 months, the Chicago newspapers that are delivered every morning in our village have been filled with the story of a murder. A man there has murdered his wife, and there seems no reason for the deed. The tale runs something like this. The man, who is now on trial in the courts and will no doubt be hanged, worked in a bicycle factory where he was a foreman, and he lived with his wife and his wife's mother in an apartment in 32nd Street. He loved a girl who worked in the office of the factory where he was employed. She came from a town in Iowa, and when she first came to the city, lived with her aunt who has since died. To the foreman, a heavy, stolid-looking man with gray eyes, she seemed the most beautiful woman in the world. Her desk was by a window at an angle of the factory, a sort of wing of the building, and the foreman, down in the shop, had a desk by another window. He sat at his desk, making out sheets containing the record of the work done by each man in his department. When he looked up, he could see the girl sitting at work at her desk. The notion got into his head that she was peculiarly lovely. He did not think of trying to draw close to her or of winning her love. He looked at her as one might look at a star or across a country of low hills in October when the leaves of the trees are all red and yellow gold. She is a pure, virginal thing, he thought vaguely. What can she be thinking about as she sits there by the window at work? In fancy, the foreman took the girl from Iowa home with him to his apartment in 32nd Street and into the presence of his wife and his mother-in-law. All day in the shop and during the evening at home he carried her figure about with him in his mind. As he stood by a window in his apartment and looked out toward the Illinois Central Railroad tracks and beyond the tracks to the lake, the girl was there beside him. Down below, women walked in the street, and in every woman he saw there was something of the Iowa girl. One woman walked as she did, another made a gesture with her hand that reminded of her. All the women he saw, except only his wife and his mother-in-law, were like the girl he had taken inside himself. The two women in his own house puzzled and confused him. They became suddenly unlovely and commonplace. His wife in particular was like some strange unlovely growth that had attached itself to his body. In the evening, after the day at the factory, he went home to his own place and had dinner. He had always been a silent man, and when he did not talk, no one minded. After dinner, he, with his wife, went to a picture show. When they came home, his wife's mother sat under an electric light reading. There were 2 children, and his wife expected another. They came into the apartment and sat down. The climb up 2 flights of stairs had wearied his wife. She sat in a chair beside her mother, groaning with weariness. The mother-in-law was the soul of goodness. She took the place of a servant in the home and got no pay. When her daughter wanted to go to a picture show, she waved her hand and smiled. "Go on," she said. "I don't want to go. I'd rather sit here." She got a book and sat reading. The little boy of 9 awoke and cried. He wanted to sit on the popo. The mother-in-law attended to that. After the man and his wife came home, the 3 people sat in silence for an hour or 2 before bedtime. The man pretended to read a newspaper. He looked at his hands. Although he had washed them carefully, grease from the bicycle frames left dark stains under the nails. He thought of the Iowa girl and of her white, quick hands playing over the keys of a typewriter. He felt dirty and uncomfortable. The girl at the factory knew that the foreman had fallen in love with her, and the thought excited her a little. Since her aunt's death, she had gone to live in a rooming house and had nothing to do in the evening. Although the foreman meant nothing to her, she could in a way use him. To her he became a symbol. Sometimes he came into the office and stood for a moment by the door. His large hands were covered with black grease. She looked at him without seeing. In his place in her imagination stood a tall, slender young man. Of the foreman she saw only the gray eyes that began to burn with a strange fire. The eyes expressed eagerness, a humble and devout eagerness. In the presence of a man with such eyes, she felt she need not be afraid. She wanted a lover who would come to her with such a look in his eyes. Occasionally, perhaps once in 2 weeks, she stayed a little late at the office, pretending to have work that must be finished. Through the window she could see the foreman waiting. When everyone had gone, she closed her desk and went into the street. At the same moment the foreman came out the factory door. They walked together along the street, a half-dozen blocks, to where she got aboard her car. The factory was in a place called South Chicago, and as they went along, evening was coming on. The streets were lined with small, unpainted frame houses, and dirty-faced children ran screaming in the dusty roadway. They crossed over a bridge. 2 abandoned coal barges lay rotting in the stream. He went along by her side, walking heavily, striving to conceal his hands. He had scrubbed them carefully before leaving the factory, but they seemed to him like heavy, dirty pieces of waste matter hanging at his side. Their walking together happened but a few times and during one summer. "It's hot," he said. He never spoke to her of anything but the weather. "It's hot," he said. "I think it may rain." She dreamed of the lover who would sometime come, a tall, fair young man, a rich man, owning houses and lands. The working man who walked beside her had nothing to do with her conception of love. She walked with him, stayed at the office until the others had gone, to walk unobserved with him because of his eyes, because of the eager thing in his eyes that was at the same time humble, that bowed down to her. In his presence there was no danger, could be no danger. He would never attempt to approach too closely, to touch her with his hands. She was safe with him. In his apartment in the evening the man sat under the electric light with his wife and his mother-in-law. In the next room his 2 children were asleep. In a short time his wife would have another child. He had been with her to a picture show, and presently they would get into bed together. He would lie awake thinking, would hear the creaking of the springs of a bed from where, in another room, his mother-in-law was crawling under the sheets. Life was too intimate. He would lie awake, eager, expectant. Expecting what? Nothing. Presently one of the children would cry. It wanted to get out of bed and sit on the po-po. Nothing strange or unusual or lovely would or could happen. Life was too close, intimate. Nothing that could happen in the apartment could in any way stir him. The things his wife might say, her occasional half-hearted outbursts of passion, the goodness of his stout mother-in-law who did the work of a servant without pay. He sat in the apartment under the electric light, pretending to read a newspaper, thinking. He looked at his hands. They were large, shapeless, a working man's hands. The figure of the girl from Iowa walked about the room. With her he went out of the apartment and walked in silence through miles of streets. It was not necessary to say words. He walked with her by a sea, along the crest of a mountain. The night was clear and silent, and the stars shone. She was also a star. It was not necessary to say words. Her eyes were like stars, and her lips were like the soft hills rising out of dim starlit plains. She is unattainable. She is far off like the stars, he thought. She is unattainable like the stars, but unlike the stars, she breathes, she lives, like myself she has being. One evening, some 6 weeks ago, the man who worked as foreman in the bicycle factory killed his wife, and he is now in the courts being tried for murder. Every day the newspapers are filled with the story. On the evening of the murder, he had taken his wife, as usual, to a picture show, and they started home at 9. In 32nd Street, at a corner near their apartment building, the figure of a man darted suddenly out of an alleyway and then darted back again. That incident may have put the idea of killing his wife into the man's head. They got to the entrance to the apartment building and stepped into a dark hallway. Then, quite suddenly and apparently, without thought, the man took a knife out of his pocket. Suppose that man who darted into the alleyway had intended to kill us, he thought. Opening the knife, he whirled about and struck his wife. He struck twice, a dozen times, madly. There was a scream and his wife's body fell. The janitor had neglected to light the gas in the lower hallway. Afterward, the foreman decided that was the reason he did it, that and the fact that the dark, slinking figure of a man darted out of an alleyway and then darted back again. Surely, he told himself, I could never have done it had the gas been lighted. He stood in the hallway thinking. His wife was dead, and with her had died her unborn child. There was a sound of doors opening in the apartments above. For several minutes nothing happened. His wife and her unborn child were dead. That was all. He ran upstairs, thinking quickly. In the darkness on the lower stairway, he had put the knife back into his pocket, and as it turned out later, there was no blood on his hands or on his clothes. The knife he later washed carefully in the bathroom. When the excitement had died down a little, he told everyone the same story. "There has been a hold-up," he explained. "A man came slinking out of an alleyway and followed me and my wife home. He followed us into the hallway of the building, and there was no light. The janitor had neglected to light the gas. Well, there had been a struggle, and in the darkness his wife had been killed. He could not tell how it had happened. There was no light. The janitor had neglected to light the gas," he kept saying. For a day or two they did not question him specially, and he had time to get rid of the knife. He took a long walk and threw it away into the river in South Chicago, where the 2 abandoned coal barges lay rotting under the bridge. The bridge he had crossed when on the summer evenings he walked to the streetcar with the girl who was virginal and pure, who was far off and unattainable, like a star and yet not like a star. And then he was arrested, and right away he confessed, told everything. He said he did not know why he had killed his wife and was careful to say nothing of the girl at the office. The newspapers tried to discover the motive for the crime. They are still trying. Someone had seen him on the few evenings when he walked with the girl, and she was dragged into the affair and had her picture printed in the paper. That has been annoying for her, as of course she has been able to prove she had nothing to do with the man. Yesterday morning a heavy fog lay over our village here at the edge of the city, and I went for a long walk in the early morning. As I returned out of the lowlands into our hill country, I met the old man whose family has so many and such strange ramifications. For a time he walked beside me, holding the little dog in his arms. It was cold, and the dog whined and shivered. In the fog, the old man's face was indistinct. It moved slowly back and forth with the fog banks of the upper air and with the tops of trees. He spoke of the man who has killed his wife, and whose name is being shouted in the pages of the city newspapers that come to our village each morning. As he walked beside me, he launched into a long tale concerning a life he and his brother, who had now become a murderer, had once lived together. "He is my brother," he said over and over, shaking his head. He seemed afraid I would not believe. There was a fact that must be established. "We were boys together, that man and I," he began again. "You see, we played together in a barn back of our father's house. Our father went away to sea in a ship. That is the way our names became confused. You understand that. We have different names, but we are brothers. We had the same father. We played together in a barn back of our father's house. All day we lay together in the hay in the barn, and it was warm there. In the fog, the slender body of the old man became like a gnarled tree. Then it became a thing suspended in air. It swung back and forth like a body hanging on the gallows. The face beseeched me to believe the story the lips were trying to tell. In my mind, everything concerning the relationship of men and women became confused, a muddle. The spirit of the man who had killed his wife came into the body of the little old man there by the roadside. It was striving to tell me the story it would never be able to tell in the courtroom in the city, in the presence of the judge. The whole story of mankind's loneliness, of the effort to reach out to unattainable beauty, tried to get itself expressed from the lips of a mumbling old man, crazed with loneliness, who stood by the side of a country road on a foggy morning, holding a little dog in his arms. The arms of the old man held the dog so closely that it began to whine with pain. A sort of convulsion shook his body. The soul seemed striving to wrench itself out of the body, to fly away through the fog down across the plain to the city, to the singer, the politician, the millionaire, the murderer, to its brothers, cousins, sisters down in the city. The intensity of the old man's desire was terrible, and in sympathy my body began to tremble. His arms tightened about the body of the little dog, so that it screamed with pain. I stepped forward and tore the arms away, and the dog fell to the ground and lay whining. No doubt it had been injured. Perhaps ribs had been crushed. The old man stared at the dog lying at his feet, as in the hallway of the apartment building the worker from the bicycle factory had stared at his dead wife. "We are brothers," he said again. "We have different names, but we are brothers. Our father, you understand, went off to sea." I am sitting in my house in the country, and it rains. Before my eyes the hills fall suddenly away, and there are flat plains, and beyond the plains the city. An hour ago the old man of the house in the forest went past my door, and the little dog was not with him. It may be that as we talked in the fog he crushed the life out of his companion. It may be that the dog, like the workman's wife and her unborn child, is now dead. The leaves of the trees that line the road before my window are falling like rain. The yellow, red, and golden leaves fall straight down heavily. The rain beats them brutally down. They are denied a last golden flash across the sky. In October, leaves should be carried away, out over the plains in a wind. They should go dancing away. End of Brothers by Sherwood Anderson. Recording by Alana Jordan.
How the Prince Saw America by Susan Glaspell. Recording by Shona Brogdon-Sturble. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. How the Prince Saw America by Susan Glaspell. They began work at 7:30, and at 10 minutes past 8, every hammer stopped. In the Senate chamber and in the House, on the stairways and in the corridors. In every office, from the governors to the custodians, they laid down their implements and rose to their feet. A long whistle had sounded through the building. There was magic in its note. "What's the matter with you fellows?" asked the Attorney General, swinging around in his chair. "Strike," declared one of the men, with becoming brevity. "Strike of what?" "Carpet Tackers Union Number 1, replied the man, kindly gathering up a few tacks. "Never heard of it." "Organized last night," said the carpet tacker, putting on his coat. "Well, he paused expressively, then inquired, "What's your game?" "Well, you see, boss, this executive council that runs the Senate House has refused our demands." "What are your demands?" "Double pay." "Double pay? Now how do you figure it out that you ought to have double pay?" "Rush work. You see, we were under oath, or pretty near that, to get every carpet in the State House down by 4 o'clock this afternoon. Now you know yourself that rush work is hard on the nerves. Did you ever get rush work done at a laundry and not pay more for it? We was anxious as anybody to get the Capitol in shape for the big show this afternoon, but there's reason in all things." "Yes," agreed his auditor, "there is." The man looked at him a little doubtfully. "Our president. We elected Johnny McGuire president last night, went to the governor this morning with our demands." The governor's fellow official smiled. He knew the governor pretty well. "And he turned you down?" The striker nodded. "But there's an election next fall. Maybe the turning down will be turned around." "Maybe so. You never can tell. I don't know just what power Carpet Tackers Union Number 1 will wield, but the governor's pretty solid, you know, with labor as a whole." That was true, and went home. The striker rubbed his foot uncertainly across the floor and took courage from its splinters. "Well, there's one thing sure. When Prince Ludwig and his trainload of big guns show up at 4 o'clock this afternoon, they'll find bare floors, and pretty burned bare floors, on deck at this place." The Attorney General rubbed his own foot across the splintered, miserable boards. "They are pretty burned," he reflected. "I wonder," he added as the man was halfway out of the door, "what Prince Ludwig will think of the American working man when he arrives this afternoon." "Just about as much," retorted the not-to-be-downed carpet-tacker, "as he does about American generosity. And he may think a few things," he added weightily, "about American independence." "Oh, he's sure to do that," agreed the Attorney General. He joined the crowd in the corridor. They were swarming out from all the offices, all talking of the one thing. "It was a straight case of hold-up," declared the governor's secretary. "They supposed they had us on the hip. They were getting extra money as it was, but, you see, they just figured it out we'd pay anything rather than have these wretched floors for the reception this afternoon. They thought the governor would argue the question and then give in, or, at any rate, compromise. They never intended for 1 minute that the prince should find bare floors here, and I rather think," he concluded, "that they feel a little done up about it themselves." "What's the situation?" asked a stranger within the gates. "It's like this," a newspaper reporter told him. "About a month ago there was a fire here, and the walls and carpets were pretty well knocked out with smoke and water. The carpets were mean old things anyway, so they voted new ones. And I want to tell you," he swelled with pride, "that the new ones are beauties. The place'll look great when we get 'em down. Well, you know Prince Ludwig and his crowd across the state on their way to the coast, and of course they were invited to stop. Last week Billy Patton, he's running the whole show, declined the invitation on account of lack of time, and then yesterday comes a telegram saying the prince himself insisted on stopping. You know he's keen about Italian dope, and we've got Indian traditions to burn. So Mr. Bill Patton had to make over his schedule to please the prince, and of course we were all pretty tickled about it for more reasons than one. The telegram didn't come until 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon, but you know what a hummer the governor is when he gets a start. He made up his mind this building should be put in shape within 24 hours. They engaged a whole lot of fellows to work on the carpets today. Then what did they do but get together last night? Well, you know the rest. Pretty burned-looking old shack just now, isn't it?" And the reporter looked around ruefully. It was approaching the hour for the legislature to convene. The members who were beginning to saunter in swelled the crowd and the indignation in the rotunda. The governor, meanwhile, had been trying to get other men, but Carpet Tackers Union Number 1 had looked well to that. The biggest furniture dealer in the city was afraid of the plumbers. "Pipes burst last night," he said, "and they may not do a thing for us if we get mixed up in this. Sorry, but I can't let my customers get pneumonia." Another furniture man was afraid of the teamsters. For one reason or another, no one was disposed to respond to the Macedonian cry. When the governor at last gave it up and walked out into the rotunda, he was about as disturbed as he permitted himself to get. "It's the idea of lying down," he said. "I'd do anything, if I could only think what to do." A popular young member of the House overheard the remark. "By George, Governor," he burst forth, after a minute's deep study. "Say, by Jove, I say, let's do it ourselves." They all laughed, but the governor's laugh stopped suddenly, and he looked hard at the young man. "Why not?" the young legislator went on. "It's a big job, but There are a lot of us. We've all put down carpets at home. What are we afraid to tackle it here for?" Again the others laughed, but the governor did not. "Say, Weston," he said, I tell you, I'd give a lot if we just could." "Leave it to me," and he was lost in the crowd. The governor's eyes followed him. He'd always liked Harry Weston. He was the very sort to inspire people to do things. The governor smiled knowingly as he noted the men Weston was approaching, and his different manner with the various ones. And then he had mounted a few steps the stairway and was standing there facing the crowd. "Now look here," he began, after silence had been obtained. "This isn't a very formal meeting, but it's a mighty important one. It's a clear case of carpet tackers' union against the state. What I want to know is the state going to lie down?" There were loud cries of "No!" "Well, I should say not!" "Well, then, see here. The governor's tried for other men and can't get them. Now the next thing I want to know is, what's the matter with us?" They didn't get it for a minute, and then everybody laughed. "It's no joke. You've all put down carpets at home. What's the use of pretending you don't know how to do it? Oh, yes, I know, bigger building and all that, but there are more of us, and the principle of carpet tacking is the same, big building or little one. Now my scheme is this: every fellow his own carpet tacker. The governor's office puts down the governor's carpet. The secretary's office puts down the secretary's carpet. The Senate puts down the Senate carpet, and we'll look after our little patch in the House." "But you've got more fellows than anybody else," cried a member of the Senate. "Right you are. We'll have an overflowing meeting in the corridors and stairways. The House, as usual, stands ready to do her part." That brought a laugh for the senators, and from them. "Now get it out of your heads this is a joke. The carpets are here. The building is full of able-bodied men. The prince is coming at 4 by his own request. And the proposition is just this: are we going to receive him in a barn or in a palace? Let's hear what Senator Arnold thinks about it." Well, that was a good way of getting away from the idea of its being a joke. Senator Arnold was past 70. Slowly he extended his right arm and tested his muscle. "Not very much," he said, "but enough to drive a tack or two." That brought applause, and they drew closer together, and the atmosphere warmed perceptibly. "I've fought for the state more ways than one." Senator Arnold was a distinguished veteran of the Civil War. "And if I can serve her now by tacking down carpets, then it's tacking down carpets I'm ready to go at. Just count on me for what little I'm worth." Someone started the cry for the governor. "Prince Ludwig is being entertained all over the country in the most lavish manner," he began with his characteristic directness in stating a situation. "By his own request he is to visit our capital this afternoon. I must say that I, for one, want to be in shape for him. I don't like to tell him that we had a labor complication and couldn't get the carpets down. Speaking for myself, it is a great pleasure to inform you that the carpet in the governor's office will be in proper shape by 4 o'clock this afternoon." That settled it. Finally, Harry Weston made himself heard sufficiently to suggest that when the House and Senate met at 9 o'clock, motions to adjourn be entertained. "And as to the rest of you fellows," he cried, "I don't see what's to hinder your getting busy right now." There were Republicans and there were Democrats. There were friends and there were enemies. There were good, bad, and there were no indifferent. An unprecedented harmony of thought, a millennium-like unity of action, was born out of that sturdy cry, "Every man his own carpet-tacker." The Secretary of State always claimed that he drove the first tack, but during the remainder of his life the Superintendent of Public Instruction also contended hotly for that honor. The rivalry as to who would do the best job and get it done most quickly became intense. Early in the day, Harry Weston made the rounds of the building and announced a fine of $100 for every wrinkle. There were pounded fingers and there were broken backs, but slowly, steadily, and good-naturedly, the State House carpet was going down. It was a good deal bigger job than they had anticipated, but that only added zest to the undertaking. The news of how the state officials were employing themselves had spread throughout the city, and guards were stationed at every door to keep out people whose presence would work more harm than good. All assistance from women was courteously refused. "This is solemn business," said the governor, in response to a telephone from some of the fair sex, "and the introduction of the feminine element might throw about it a social atmosphere which would result in loss of time, and then some of the boys might feel called upon to put on their collars and coats." Stretch, 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 and tack, tack, tack. All morning long it went on, for the State House was large, oh, very large. There should have been a Boswell there to get the good things, for the novelty of the situation inspired wit, even in minds where wit had never glowed before. Choice bits, which at other times would fairly have gone on official record, were now passed almost unnoticed, so great was the surfeit. Instead of men going out to lunch, lunch came in to them. Bridget Haggerty, who by reason of her long connection with the boarding-house across the street was a sort of unofficial official of the state, came over and made the coffee and sandwiches, all the while calling down blessings on the head of every mother's son of them, and announcing in loud, firm tones that while all 5 of her boys belonged to the Union, she'd be after telling them what she thought of this day's work. It was a United States senator who did the awful trick, and to be fair, the senator did not think of it as an awful trick at all. He came over there in the middle of the morning to see the governor, and in a few hurried words, it was no day for conversation, was told what was going on. It was while standing out in the corridor watching the perspiring dignitaries that the idea of his duty came to him, and one reason he was sure he was right was the way in which it came to him in the light of a duty. Here was America in undress uniform. Here was not a thing arranged for show, but absolutely the thing itself. Prince Ludwig had come with a sincere desire to see America. Everyone knew that he was not seeing it at all. He would go back with memories of bands and flags and people all dressed up, standing before him, making polite speeches. But would he carry back one small whiff of the spirit of the country? Again, Senator Brunner looked about him. The Speaker of the House was just beginning laying the stair carpet. A judge of the Supreme Court was contending hotly for a better hammer. "It's an insult to expect any decent man to drive tacks with a hammer like this," he was saying. Here were men, real, live men, men with individuality, spirit. When the prince had come so far, wasn't it too bad that he should not see anything but uniforms and cut glass and dress suits and other externals and non-essentials? Senator Brunner was a kind man. He was a good fellow. He was hospitable, patriotic. He decided now in favor of the prince. He had to hurry about it, for it was almost 12 then. One of the vice presidents of the road lived there, and he was taken into confidence and proved an able and eager ally. They located the special train bearing the prince and ordered it stopped at the next station. The stop was made that Senator Patton might receive a long telegram from Senator Brunner. "I figure it like this," the senator told the vice president. "They get to Bowdoin at 1:15, and we're going to stop there an hour. Then they were going to stop a little while at Crawdads. I've told Patton the situation, and that if he wants to do the right thing by the prince, he'll cut out those steps and rush right through here. That will bring him in. Well, they could make it at 2:15. I've told him I'd square it with Bowden and Cravel. Oh, he'll do it all right." And even as he said so came the reply from Patton. "Too good to miss. We'll rush through. Arrive before 2. Have carriage at Water Street." "That's great," cried the senator. "Trust Billy Patton for falling in with a good thing. And he's right about missing the station crowd. Patton can always go you one better," he admitted grinningly. They had luncheon together, and they were a good deal more like sophomores in college than like a United States senator and a big railroad man. "You don't think there's any danger of their getting through too soon?" McVeigh kept asking anxiously. "Not a bit," the senator assured him. "They can't possibly make it before 3. We'll come in just in time for the final skirmish. It's going to be a jolly rush at the last." They laid their plans with skill worthy of their training. The State Library building was across from the Capitol, and they were connected by tunnel. "I never saw before," said the senator, "what that tunnel was for, but I see now what a great thing it is. We'll get him in at the west door of the library. We can drive right up to it, you know, and then we walk him through the tunnel. That's a stone floor." The senator was chuckling with every sentence. "So I guess they won't be carpeting it. There's a little stairway running up from the tunnel. And say, we must telephone over and arrange about those keys. There'll be a good deal of climbing, but the prince is a good fellow and won't mind. Wouldn't be safe to try the elevator, for Harry Weston would be in it taking somebody a bundle of tacks. The 3rd floor is nothing but storerooms. We'll not be disturbed up there, and we can look right down the rotunda and see the whole show. Of course we'll be discovered in time. Someone is sure to look up and see us, but we'll fix it so they won't see us before we've had our fun. And it strikes me, McVeigh, that for 2 old fellows like you and me, we put the thing through in pretty neat shape." It was a very small and unpretentious party which set from the special at Water Street a little before 2. The prince was wearing a long coat, and an automobile cap did not suggest anything at all formidable or unusual. "You've saved the country," Senator Patton whispered in an aside. "He was getting bored. Never saw a fellow jolly up so in my life. Guess he was just spoiling for some fun. Said it would be really worthwhile to see somebody who wasn't looking for him." Senator Brunner beamed. "Well, that's just the point. He's caught my idea exactly." It went without a hitch. "I feel," said the prince, as they were hurrying him through the tunnel, "that I am a little boy who's run away from school. Only I have a terrible fear that at any minute some band may begin to play, and somebody may think of making a speech." They gave the son of a royal house a seat on a dry goods box, so placed that he could command a good view and yet be fairly secure. The final skirmish was on in earnest. 2 state senators, coatless, tieless, collarless, their faces dirty, their hair rumpled, were finishing the stair carpet. The chairman of the Appropriations Committee in the House was doing the stretching in a still uncarpeted bit of the corridor, and a member who had recently denounced the Appropriations Committee as a disgrace to the state was presiding at the hammer. They were doing most exquisitely harmonious teamwork. A railroad and anti-railroad member who fought every time they came within speaking distance of one another were now in an earnest and very chummy conference relative to a large wrinkle which had just been discovered on the first landing. Many men were standing round holding their backs, and many others were deeply absorbed in nursing their fingers. The doors of the offices were all open, and there was a general hauling in of furniture and hanging of pictures. Clumsy but well-meaning fingers were doing their best with finishing touches. The prince grew so excited about it all that they had to keep urging him not to take too many chances of being seen. "And I'll tell you," Senator Brunner was saying, "it isn't only because I knew it would be funny that I wanted you to see it, but, well, you see, America isn't the real America when she has on her best clothes and is trying to show off. You haven't seen anybody who hasn't prepared for your coming, and that means you haven't seen them as they are at all. Now, here we are. This is us. You see that fellow hanging a picture down there? He's president of the First National Bank. Came over a little while ago, got next to the situation, and stayed to help. And say, this is good. Notice that red-headed fellow just getting up from his knees? Well, he's president of the Teamsters Union. Figured so big in a strike here last year. I call that pretty rich. He's the fellow they are all so afraid of, but I guess he liked the idea of the boys doing it themselves and just sneaked in and helped. There's the governor. He's a fine fellow. He wouldn't be held up by anybody, not even to get ready for a prince, but he's worked like a Trojan all day to make things come his way. Yes, sir, this is the sure enough thing. Here you have the boys off dress parade. Not that we run away from our dignity every day, but see what I mean? I see, replied the prince, and he looked as though he really did. You know, say, dodge there. Move back. No, too late. The governor's caught us. Look at him. The governor's eyes had turned upward, and he had seen. He put his hands on his back. He couldn't look up without doing that, and gave a long, steady stare. First, Senator Brunner waved. Then Senator Patton waved. Then Mr. McVeigh waved. And then the prince waved. Other people were beginning to look up. "They're all on," laughed Patton. "Let's go down." At first they were disposed to think it pretty shabby treatment. "We worked all day to get in shape," grumbled Harry Weston, "and then you go ring the curtain up on us before it's time for our show to begin." But the prince made them feel right about it. He had such a good time that they were forced to concede the move had been a success. And he said to the governor as he was leaving, "I see that the only way to see America is to see it when America is not seeing you." End of How the Prince Saw America by Susan Glaspell. This recording is in the public domain.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Lamplighter by Charles Dickens. "If you talk of Murphy and Francis Moore, gentlemen," said the lamplighter who was in the chair, "I mean to say that neither of them ever had any more to do with the stars than Tom Grigg had." "And what had he to do with them?" asked the lamplighter who officiated as vice. "Nothing at all," replied the other. "Just exactly nothing at all." "Do you mean to say you don't believe in Murphy, then?" demanded the lamplighter who had opened the discussion. "I mean to say I believe in Tom Grigg," replied the chairman. "Whether I believe in Murphy or not is a matter between me and my conscience, and whether Murphy believes in himself or not is a matter between him and his conscience. Gentlemen, I drink your healths."
The lamplighter, who did the company this honour, was seated in the chimney corner of a certain tavern, which has been, time out of mind, the lamplighter's house of call. He sat in the midst of a circle of lamplighters, and was the cacique, or chief, of the tribe. If any of our readers have had the good fortune to behold a lamplighter's funeral, they will not be surprised to learn that lamplighters are a strange and primitive people, that they rigidly adhere to old ceremonies and customs which have been handed down among them from father to son since the first public lamp was lighted out of doors, that they intermarry and betroth their children in infancy, that they enter into no plots or conspiracies, for who ever heard of a traitorous lamplighter, that they commit no crimes against the laws of their country, there being no instance of a murderous or burglarious lamplighter, that they are, in short, notwithstanding their apparently volatile and restless character, a highly moral and reflective people, having among themselves as many traditional observances as the Jews, and being, as a body, if not as old as the hills, at least as old as the streets. It is an article of their creed that the first faint glimmering of true civilization shone in the first street-light maintained at the public expense. They trace their existence and high position in the public esteem in a direct line to the heathen mythology, and hold that the history of Prometheus himself is but a pleasant fable, whereof the true hero is a lamplighter. "Gentlemen," said the lamplighter in the chair, I drink your healths. And perhaps, sir, said the Vice, holding up his glass and rising a little way off his seat and sitting down again, in token that he recognized and returned the compliment, perhaps you will add to that condescension by telling us who Tom Grigg was, and how he came to be connected in your mind with Francis Moore, physician.
Hear, hear! Cried the lamplighters generally. Tom Grigg, gentlemen, said the chairman, was one of us, and it happened to him, as it don't happen often to a public character in our line, that he had what you may call it, cast. His head? Said the Vice. No, replied the chairman, not his head. His face, perhaps? Said the Vice. No, not his face. His legs? No, not his legs. Nor his arms, nor his hands, nor his feet, nor his chest, all of which were severally suggested. His nativity, perhaps? That's it, said the chairman, awakening from his thoughtful attitude at the suggestion. His nativity. That's what Tom had cast, gentlemen. In plaster? Asked the Vice. I don't rightly know how it was done, returned the chairman, but I suppose it was. And there he stopped, as if that were all he had to say, whereupon there arose a murmur among the company, which at length resolved itself into a request conveyed through the Vice that he would go on, this being exactly what the chairman wanted. He mused for a little time, performed that agreeable ceremony, which is popularly termed wetting one's whistle, and went on thus. Tom Grigg, gentlemen, was, as I have said, one of us, and I may go further and say he was an ornament to us, and such a one as only the good old times of oil and cotton could have produced. Tom's family, gentlemen, were all lamplighters. Not the ladies, I hope, asked the Vice. They had a talent enough for it, sir, rejoined the chairman, and would have been but for the prejudices of society. Let women have their rights, sir, and the females of Tom's family would have been every one of 'em in office. But that emancipation hasn't come yet, and hadn't then, and consequently they confined themselves to the bosoms of their families, cooked the dinners, mended the clothes, minded the children, comforted their husbands, and attended to the housekeeping generally. It's a hard thing upon the women, gentlemen, that they are limited to such a sphere of action as this, very hard. I happen to know all about Tom, gentlemen, from the circumstance of his uncle, and by his mother's side, having been my particular friend. That's Tom's uncle's, fate was a melancholy one. Gas was the death of him. When it was first talked of, he laughed. He wasn't angry. He laughed at the credulity of human nature. They might as well talk, he says, of laying on an everlasting succession of glowworms. And then he laughed again, partly at his joke, and partly at poor humanity. In course of time, however, the thing got ground. The experiment was made, and they lighted up Pall Mall. Tom's uncle went to see it. I've heard that he fell off his ladder 14 times that night from weakness, and that he would certainly have gone on falling till he killed himself if his last tumble hadn't been into a wheelbarrow which was going his way, and humanely took him home.
I foresee in this, says Tom's uncle faintly, and taking to his bed as he spoke, I foresee in this, he says, the breaking up of our profession. There's no more going the rounds to trim by daylight, no more dribbling down of the oil on the hats and bonnets of ladies and gentlemen when one feels in spirits. Any low fellow can light a gas lamp, and it's all up. In this state of mind he petitioned the government for, I want a word again, gentlemen, what do you call that which they give to people when it's been found out at last that they've never been of any use, and have been paid too much for doing nothing? Compensation, suggested the Vice. That's it, said the chairman, compensation. They didn't give it him, though, and then he got very fond of his country all at once, and went about saying that gas was a death blow to his native land, and that it was a plot of the radicals to ruin the country and destroy the oil and cotton trade for ever, and that the whales would go and kill themselves privately out of sheer spite and vexation at not being caught. At last he got right down cracked, called his tobacco pipe a gas pipe, thought his tears were lamp oil, and went on with all manner of nonsense of that sort, till one night he hung himself on a lamp iron in St. Martin's Lane, and there was an end of him. Tom loved him, gentlemen, but he survived it. He shed a tear over his grave, got very drunk, spoke a funeral oration that night in the watch-house, and was fined 5 shillings for it in the morning. Some men are none the worse for this sort of thing. Tom was one of them. He went that very afternoon on a new beat, as clear in his head and as free from fever as Father Matthew himself. Tom's new beat, gentlemen, was, I can't say exactly where, for that he'd never tell, but I know it was in a quiet part of town, where there were some queer old houses. I have always had it in my head that it must have been somewhere near Canonbury Tower in Islington, but that's a matter of opinion. Wherever it was, he went upon it, with a brand new ladder, a white hat, a brown holland jacket and trousers, a blue neckerchief, and a sprig of full-blown double wallflower in his buttonhole. Tom was always genteel in his appearance, and I have heard from the best judges that if he left his ladder at home that afternoon, you might have took him for a lord.
He was always merry, was Tom, and such a singer, that if there was any encouragement for native talent, he'd have been at the opera. He was on his ladder, lighting his first lamp and singing to himself, in a manner more easily to be conceived than described, when he hears the clock strike 5, and suddenly sees an old gentleman with a telescope in his hand throw up a window and look at him very hard. Tom didn't know what could be passing in this old gentleman's mind. He thought it likely enough that he might be saying within himself, "Here's a new lamplighter, a good-looking young fellow. Shall I stand something to drink?" Thinking this possible, he keeps quite still, pretending to be very particular about the wick, and looks at the old gentleman sideways, seeming to take no notice of him. Gentlemen, he was one of the strangest and most mysterious-looking files that ever Tom clapped his eyes on. He was dressed all slovenly and untidy, and in a great gown of a kind of bed-furniture pattern, with a cap of the same on his head, and a long old flapped waistcoat, with no braces, no strings, very few buttons, in short, very hardly any of those artificial contrivances that hold society together. Tom knew by these signs, and by his not being shaved, and by his not being over-clean, and by a sort of wisdom not quite awake in his face, that he was a scientific old gentleman. He often told me that if he could have conceived the possibility of the whole Royal Society being boiled down into one man, he should have said the old gentleman's body was that body.
The old gentleman claps the telescope to his eye, looks all round, sees nobody else in sight, stares at Tom again, and cries out very loud, "Hallo!" "Hallo, sir," says Tom from the ladder, "and hallo again, if you come to that." "Here's an extraordinary fulfilment," says the old gentleman, "of a prediction of the planets." "Is there?" says Tom. "I'm very glad to hear it." "Young man," says the old gentleman, "you don't know me." "Sir," says Tom, "I have not that honour, but I shall be happy to drink your health notwithstanding." "I read," cries the old gentleman, without taking any notice of this politeness on Tom's part, "I read what's going to happen in the stars." Tom thanked him for the information, and begged to know if anything particular was going to happen in the stars in the course of a week or so. But the old gentleman, correcting him, explained that he read in the stars what was going to happen on dry land, and that he was acquainted with all the celestial bodies. "I hope they're all well, sir," says Tom. "Everybody."
"Hush!" cries the old gentleman. "I have consulted the Book of Fate with rare and wonderful success. I am versed in the great sciences of astrology and astronomy. In my house here I have every description of apparatus for observing the course and motion of the planets. 6 months ago I derived from this source the knowledge that precisely as the clock struck 5 this afternoon, a stranger would present himself, the destined husband of my young and lovely niece, in reality of illustrious and high descent, but whose birth would be enveloped in uncertainty and mystery. Don't tell me yours isn't," says the old gentleman, who was in such a hurry to speak that he couldn't get the words out fast enough, "for I know better." Gentleman Tom was so astonished when he heard him say this that he could hardly keep his footing on the ladder, and found it necessary to hold on by the lamp-post. There was a mystery about his birth. His mother had always admitted it. Tom had never known who was his father, and some people had gone so far as to say that even she was in doubt. While he was in this state of amazement, the old gentleman leaves the window, bursts out of the house door, shakes the ladder, and Tom, like a ripe pumpkin, comes sliding down into his arms. "Let me embrace you," he says, folding his arms about him, and nearly lighting up his old bed-furniture gown at Tom's link. "You're a man of noble aspect. Everything combines to prove the accuracy of my observations. You have had mysterious promptings within you," he says. "I know you have had whisperings of greatness, eh?" he says.
"I think I have," says Tom. Tom was one of those who can persuade themselves to anything they like. "I've often thought I wasn't the small beer I was taken for." "You were right," cries the old gentleman, hugging him again. "Come in. My niece awaits us." "Is the young lady tolerable good-looking, sir?" says Tom, hanging fire rather as he thought of her playing the piano and knowing French and being up to all manner of accomplishments. "She's beautiful," cries the old gentleman, who was in such a terrible bustle that he was all in a perspiration. "She has a graceful carriage, an exquisite shape, a sweet voice, a countenance beaming with animation and expression, and the eye," he says, rubbing his hands, "of a startled fawn." Tom supposed that this might mean what was called among his circle of acquaintance a game eye, and with a view to this defect inquired whether the young lady had any cash. "She has £5,000, cries the old gentleman. "But what of that? What of that? A word in your ear. I'm in search of the philosopher's stone. I have very nearly found it. Not quite. It turns everything to gold. That's its property." Tom naturally thought it must have a deal of property, and said that when the old gentleman did get it, he hoped he'd be careful to keep it in the family. "Certainly," he says, "of course. £5,000. What's £5,000 to us? What's 5,000,000? He says. "What's 5,000,000,000? Money will be nothing to us. We shall never be able to spend it fast enough." "We'll try what we can do, sir," says Tom. "We will," says the old gentleman. "Your name?" "Grigg," says Tom. The old gentleman embraced him again very tight, and without speaking another word, dragged him into the house in such an excited manner that it was as much as Tom could do to take his Lincoln ladder with him and put them down in the passage. Gentlemen, if Tom hadn't been always remarkable for his love of truth, I think you would still have believed him when he said that all this was like a dream. There is no better way for a man to find out whether he is really asleep or awake than calling for something to eat. If he's in a dream, gentlemen, he'll find something wanting in flavour, depend upon it. Tom explained his doubts to the old gentleman, and said that if there were any cold meat in the house, it would ease his mind very much to test himself at once. The old gentleman ordered up a venison pie, a small ham, and a bottle of very old Madeira. At the first mouthful of pie and the first glass of wine, Tom smacks his lips and cries out, "I'm awake! Wide awake!" And to prove that he was so, gentlemen, he made an end of 'em both. When Tom had finished his meal, which he never spoke of afterwards without tears in his eyes, the old gentleman hugs him again and says, "Noble stranger, let us visit my young and lovely niece." Tom, who was a little elevated with the wine, replies, "The noble stranger is agreeable," at which words the old gentleman took him by the hand and led him to the parlour, crying, as he opened the door, "Here is Mr. Grigg, the favourite of the planets." I will not attempt a description of female beauty, gentlemen, for every one of us has a model of his own that suits his own taste best. In this parlour that I am speaking of there were 2 young ladies, and if every gentleman present will imagine 2 models of his own in their places, and will be kind enough to polish him up to the very highest pitch of perfection, he will then have a faint conception of their uncommon radiance. Besides these 2 young ladies, there was their waiting woman, that under any circumstances Tom would have looked upon as a Venus, and beside her there was a tall, thin, dismal-faced young gentleman, half man and half boy, dressed in a childish suit of clothes very much too short in the legs and arms, and looking, according to Tom's comparisons, like one of the wax juveniles from a tailor's door, grown up and run to seed. Now, this youngster stamped his foot upon the ground and looked very fierce at Tom, and Tom looked fierce at him, for to tell the truth, gentlemen, Tom more than half suspected that when they entered the room he was kissing one of the young ladies, and for anything Tom knew, you observe, we might be his young lady, which was not pleasant.
"Sir," says Tom, "before we proceed any further, will you have the goodness to inform me who this young salamander," Tom called him for aggravation, you perceive, gentlemen, "who this young salamander may be?" "That, Mr. Grigg," says the old gentleman, "is my little boy. He was christened Galileo Isaac Newton Flamstead. Don't mind him, he's a mere child." "And a very fine child, too," says Tom. "Still aggravating, you'll observe, of his age, and as good as fine, I have no doubt. How do you do, my man?" With which kind and patronizing expressions Tom reached up to pat him on the head, and quoted 2 lines about little boys from Dr. Watts' hymns, which he had learnt at Sunday school. It was very easy to see, gentlemen, by this youngster's frowning, and by the waiting-maid's tossing her head and turning up her nose, and by the young ladies turning their backs and talking together at the other end of the room, that nobody but the old gentleman took very kindly to the noble stranger. Indeed, Tom plainly heard the waiting woman say to her master that so far as being able to read the stars as he pretended, she didn't believe he knew his letters in him, or, at best, that he had to go further than words in one syllable. But Tom, not minding this, for he was in spirits after the Madeira, looked with an agreeable air towards the young ladies, and, kissing his hand to both, says to the old gentleman, "Which is which?" "This," says the old gentleman, leading out the handsomest, if one of 'em could possibly said to be handsomer than the other, "this is my niece, Miss Fanny Barker." "If you'll permit me, miss," says Tom, "being a noble stranger and a favourite of the planets, I will conduct myself as such." With these words he kisses the young lady in a very affable way, turns to the old gentleman, slaps him on the back, and says, "When's it to come off, my buck?" The young lady coloured so deep, and her lip trembled so much, gentlemen, that Tom really thought she was going to cry. But she kept her feelings down, and turning to the old gentleman, says, "Dear uncle, though you will have the absolute disposal of by hand and fortune, and though you mean well in disposing of them thus, I ask you whether you don't think this is a mistake. Don't you think, dear uncle," she says, "that the stars must be in error? Is it not possible that the comet may have put him out?" "The stars," says the old gentleman, "couldn't make a mistake if they tried. Emma," he says to the other young lady. "Yes, papa," says she. "The same day that makes your cousin, Mrs. Grigg, will unite you to the gifted Mooney. No remonstrance, no tears. Now, Mr. Grigg, let me conduct you to the hallowed ground, that philosophical retreat where my friend and partner, the gifted Mooney, of whom I have just now spoken, is even now pursuing those discoveries which shall enrich us with the precious metal and make us masters of the world. Come, Mr. Grigg," he says.
"With all my heart, sir," replies Tom, "and luck to the gifted Mooney, say I, not so much on his account as for our worthy selves." With this sentiment Tom kissed his hand to the ladies again, and followed him out, having the gratification to perceive, as he looked back, that they were all hanging on by the arms and legs of Galileo Isaac Newton Flamstead, to prevent him from following the noble stranger and tearing him to pieces. Gentlemen, Tom's father-in-law that was to be, took him by the hand, and having lighted a little lamp, led him across a paved courtyard at the back of the house, into a very large, dark, gloomy room, filled with all manner of bottles, globes, books, telescopes, crocodiles, alligators, and other scientific instruments of every kind. In the centre of this room was a stove, or furnace, with what Tom called a pot, but which, in my opinion, was a crucible, in full boil. In one corner was a sort of ladder leading through the roof, and up this ladder the old gentleman pointed, as he said in a whisper, "The observatory. Mr. Mooney is even now watching for the precise time at which we are to come into all the riches of the earth. It will be necessary for he and I, alone in that silent place, to cast your nativity before the hour arrives. Put the day and minute of your birth on this piece of paper, and leave the rest to me." "You don't mean to say," says Tom, doing as he was told, and giving him back the paper, "that I'm to wait here long, do you? It's a precious dismal place." "Hush," says the old gentleman, "it's hallowed ground. Farewell." "Stop a minute," says Tom. "What a hurry you're all in. What's in that large bottle yonder?" "It's a child with 3 heads," says the old gentleman, "and everything else in proportion." "Why don't you throw him away?" says Tom. "What do you keep such unpleasant things here for?" "Throw him away?" cries the old gentleman. "We use him constantly in astrology. He's a charm." "I shouldn't have thought it," says Tom, "from his appearance. Must you go, I say?" The old gentleman makes him no answer, but climbs up the ladder in a greater bustle than ever. Tom looked after his legs till there was nothing of him left, and then sat down to wait, feeling, so he used to say, as comfortable as if he were going to be made a Freemason and they were heating the pokers.
Tom waited so long, gentlemen, that he began to think it must be getting on for midnight at least, and felt more dismal and lonely than ever he had done in all his life. He tried every means of whiling away the time, but it never had seemed to move so slow. First he took a nearer view of the child with 3 heads, and thought what a comfort it must have been to his parents. Then he looked up a long telescope which was pointed out of the window, but saw nothing particular, in consequence of the stopper being on at the other end. Then he came to a skeleton in a glass case, labelled "Skeleton of a Gentleman, prepared by Mr. Mooney," which made him hope that Mr. Mooney might not be in the habit of preparing gentlemen that way without their own consent. 100 times at least he looked into the pot where they were boiling the philosopher's stone down to the proper consistency, and wondered whether it was nearly done. When it is, thinks Tom, I'll send out for the 6 of sprats and turn 'em into gold fish for a first experiment. Besides which he made up his mind, gentlemen, to have a country house and a park, and to plant a bit of it with a double row of gas lamps a mile long, and go out every night with a French-polished mahogany ladder, and 2 servants in livery behind him, to light 'em for his own pleasure. At length and at last the old gentleman's legs appeared upon the steps leading through the roof, and he came slowly down, bringing along with him the gifted Mooney. This Mooney, gentlemen, was even more scientific in appearance than his friend, and had, as Tom often declared upon his word and honour, the dirtiest face we can possibly know of, in this imperfect state of existence. Gentlemen, you are all aware that if a scientific man isn't absent in his mind, he's of no good at all. Mr. Mooney was so absent that when the old gentleman said to him, "Shake hands with Mr. Grigg," he put out his leg. "Here's a mind, Mr. Grigg," cries the old gentleman in a rapture. "Here's philosophy, here's rumination. Don't disturb him," he says, "for this is amazing." Tom had no wish to disturb him, having nothing particular to say, but he was so uncommonly amazing that the old gentleman got impatient, and determined to give him an electric shock to bring him to, for you must know, Mr. Grigg, he says, that we always keep a strongly charged battery ready for that purpose. These means being resorted to, gentlemen, the gifted Mooney revived with a loud roar, and he no sooner came to himself than both he and the old gentleman looked at Tom with compassion, and shed tears abundantly. "My dear friend," says the old gentleman to the gifted, "prepare him." "I say," cries Tom, falling back, "none of that, you know. No preparing by Mr. Mooney, if you please." "Alas," replies the old gentleman, "you don't understand us. My friend, inform him of his fate. I can't."
The gifted mustered up his voice after many efforts, and informed Tom that his nativity had been carefully cast, and he would expire at exactly 35 minutes, 27 seconds, and 5/6 of a second past 9 o'clock a.m. on that day 2 months. Gentlemen, I leave you to judge what were Tom's feelings at this announcement, on the eve of matrimony and endless riches. "I think," he says in a trembling voice, "there must be a mistake in the working of that sum. Will you do me the favour to cast it up again?" "There is no mistake," replies the old gentleman. "It is confirmed by Francis Moore, physician. Here is the prediction for tomorrow 2 months." And he showed him the page, where sure enough were these words, "The decease of a great person may be looked for about this time." "Which," says the old gentleman, "is clearly you, Mr. Grigg." "Too clearly," cries Tom, sinking into a chair, and giving one hand to the old gentleman and one to the gifted. "The orb of day has set on Thomas Grigg forever." At this affecting remark the gifted shed tears again, and the other two mingled their tears with his in a kind, if I may use the expression, of Mooney and Co.'s entire. But the old gentleman recovered first, observed that this was only a reason for hastening the marriage, in order that Tom's distinguished race might be transmitted to posterity, and requested the gifted to console Mr. Grigg during his temporary absence. He withdrew to settle the preliminaries with his niece immediately. And now, gentlemen, a very extraordinary and remarkable occurrence took place. For as Tom sat in a melancholy way in one chair, and the gifted sat in a melancholy way in another, a couple of doors were thrown violently open, the 2 young ladies rushed in, and one knelt down in a loving attitude at Tom's feet, and the other at the gifted's. So far, perhaps, as Tom was concerned, as he used to say, you will say there was nothing strange in this. But you will be of a different opinion when you understand that Tom's young lady was kneeling to the gifted, and the gifted's young lady was kneeling to Tom.
Halloa! Stop a minute, cries Tom. Here's a mistake. I need condoling with by sympathising woman under my afflicting circumstances. But we're out in the figure. Change partners, Mooney. Monster! Cries Tom's young lady, clinging to the gifted. Miss, says Tom, is that your manners? I abjure thee, cries Tom's young lady. I renounce thee. I will never be thine. Thou, she says to the gifted, art the object of my first and all-engrossing passion. Wrapped in thy sublime visions, thou hast not perceived my love, but, driven to despair, I now shake off the woman and avow it. O cruel, cruel man! With which reproach she laid her head upon the gifted's breast, and put her arms about him in the tenderest manner possible, gentlemen. And I, says the other young lady, in a sort of ecstasy that made Tom start, I hereby abjure my chosen husband too. Hear me, goblin! This was to the gifted. Hear me, I hold thee in the deepest detestation. The maddening interview of this one night has filled my soul with love, but not for thee. It is for thee, young man, she cries to Tom. As Monk Lewis finally observes, Thomas, Thomas, I am thine, Thomas, Thomas, thou art mine, thine forever, mine forever. With which words she became very tender likewise. Tom and the gifted gentleman, as you may believe, looked at each other in a very awkward manner, and with thoughts not at all complimentary to the two young ladies. As to the gifted, I have heard Tom say often that he was certain he was in a fit, and had it inwardly. Speak to me, oh, speak to me, cries Tom's young lady to the gifted. I don't want to speak to anybody, he says, finding his voice at last and trying to put her away. I think I had better go. I'm frightened, he says, looking about as if he had lost something. Not one look of love, she cries. Hear me while I declare. I don't know how to look a look of love, he says, all in a maze. Don't declare anything. I don't want to hear anybody.
That's right, cries the old gentleman, who it seems had been listening. That's right. Don't hear her. Emma shall marry you tomorrow, my friend, whether she likes it or not, and she shall marry Mr. Grigg. Gentlemen, these words were no sooner out of his mouth than Galileo Isaac Newton Flamstead, who it seems had been listening too, darts in and, spinning round and round like a young giant's top, cries, Let her! Let her! I'm fierce! I'm furious! I give her leave! I'll never marry anybody after this. Never! It isn't safe. She is the falsest of the false, he cries, tearing his hair and gnashing his teeth, and I'll live and die a bachelor. The little boy, observed the gifted gravely, albeit of tender years, has spoken wisdom. I have been led to the contemplation of womankind, and will not adventure on the troubled waters of matrimony. What? Says the old gentleman. Not marry my daughter? Won't you, Mooney? Not if I make her? Won't you? Won't you? No, says Mooney, I won't. And if anybody asks me any more, I'll run away and never come back again. Mr. Grigg, says the old gentleman, the stars must be obeyed. You have not changed your mind because of a little girlish folly, eh, Mr. Grigg? Tom, gentlemen, had had his eyes about him, and was pretty sure that all this was a device and trick of the waiting-maid to put him off his inclination. He'd seen her hiding and skipping about the two doors, and had observed that a very little whispering from her pacified the salamander directly. So, thinks Tom, this is a plot, but it won't fit. Eh, Mr. Grigg? Says the old gentleman. Why, sir, says Tom, pointing to the crucible, if the soup's nearly ready. Another hour beholds the consummation of our labours, returned the old gentleman. Very good, says Tom, with a mournful air. It's only for 2 months, but I may as well be the richest man in the world, even for that time. I'm not particular. I'll take her, sir, I'll take her. The old gentleman was in a rapture to find Tom still in the same mind, and drawing the young lady towards him, little by little, was joining their hands by main force, when all of a sudden, gentlemen, the crucible blows up with a great crash. Everybody screams, the room is filled with smoke, and Tom, not knowing what may happen next, throws himself into a fancy attitude and says, Come on if you're a man, without addressing himself to anybody in particular. The labours of 15 years, says the old gentleman, clasping his hands and looking down upon the gifted, who was saving the pieces, are destroyed in an instant. And I am told, gentlemen, by the by, that this same philosopher's stone would have been discovered 100 times at least, to speak within bounds, if it wasn't for the one unfortunate circumstance that the apparatus always blows up when it's on the very point of succeeding. Tom turns pale when he hears the old gentleman expressing himself in this unpleasant effect, and stammers out that if it's quite agreeable to all parties, he'd like to know exactly what has happened and what change has really taken place in the prospects of that company. "We have failed for the present, Mr. Grigg," says the old gentleman, wiping his forehead, "and I regret it the more because I have in fact invested my niece's £15,000 in this glorious speculation. But don't be cast down," he says anxiously. "In another 15 years, Mr. Grigg—" "Oh," cries Tom, letting the young lady's hand fall. "Were the stars very positive about this union, sir?" "They were," says the old gentleman. "I'm sorry to hear it," Tom makes answer, "for it's no go, sir." "No what?" cries the old gentleman. "Go, sir," says Tom fiercely. "I forbid the banns." And with these words, which were the very words he used, he sat himself down in a chair, and laying his head upon the table, thought with a secret grief of what was to come to pass on that day 2 months.
Tom always said, gentlemen, that waiting-maid was the artfullest minx he had ever seen, and he left it in writing in this country, when he went to colonize abroad, that he was certain in his own mind that she and the salamander had blown up the philosopher's stone on purpose, and to cut him out of his property. I believe Tom was in the right, gentlemen, but whether or no, she comes forward at this point and says, "May I speak, sir?" And the old gentleman answering, "Yes, you may," she goes on to say that the stars are no doubt quite right in every respect, but Tom is not the man. And she says, "Don't you remember, sir, that when the clock struck 5 this afternoon, you gave Master Galileo a rap on the head with your telescope, and told him to get out of the way?" "Yes, I do," said the old gentleman. "Then," says the waiting-maid, "I say he's the man, and the prophecy is fulfilled." The old gentleman staggers at this, as if somebody had hit him a blow on the chest, and cries, "He? Why, he's a boy!" Upon that, gentleman, the salamander cries out that he'll be 21 next Lady Day, and complains that his father has always been so busy with the sun round which the earth revolves, that he has never taken any notice of the sun that revolves around him, and that he hasn't had a new suit of clothes since he was 14, and that he wasn't even taken out of nankeen frocks and trousers till he was quite unpleasant in 'em, and touches on a good many more family matters to the same purpose. To make short of a long story, gentlemen, they all talk together and cry together, and remind the old gentleman that as to the noble family, his own grandfather would have been Lord Mayor if he hadn't died at dinner the year before, and they show him by all kinds of arguments that if the cousins are married, the prediction comes true in every way. At last, the old gentleman, being quite convinced, gives in, and joins their hands, and leaves his daughter to marry anybody she likes. And they were all well pleased. And the gifted was as well as any of them. In the middle of this little family party, gentlemen, sits Tom all the while as miserable as you like, but when everything else is arranged, the old gentleman's daughter says that their strange conduct was a little device of the waiting-maid's to disgust the lovers he had chosen for him, and will he forgive her? And if he will, perhaps he might even find her a husband. And when she says that, she looks uncommon hard at Tom. Then the waiting-maid says that, oh dear, she couldn't a-bear Mr. Grigg should think she wanted him to marry her, and that she had even gone so far as to refuse the lamplighter, who was now a literary character, having set up as a bill sticker, and that she hoped Mr. Grigg would not suppose she was on her last legs by any means, for the baker was very strong in his attentions at the moment, and as to the butcher, he was frantic. And I don't know how much more she might have said, gentlemen, for, as you know, this kind of young women are rare ones to talk, if the old gentleman hadn't cut in suddenly and asked Tom if he'd have her, with £10 to recompense him for the loss of time and disappointment, and as a kind of bribe to keep the story secret. "It don't matter much, sir," says Tom. "I ain't long for this world. 8 weeks of marriage, especially with this young woman, might reconcile me to my fate. I think," he says, "I could go off easy after that." With which he embraces her with a very dismal face, and groans in a way that might move a heart of stone, even of a philosopher's stone.
"Egad," says the old gentleman, "that reminds me, this bustle put it out of my head. There was a figure wrong. He'll live to a green old age, 87 at least." "How much, sir?" cries Tom. 87, says the old gentleman. Without another word, Tom flings himself on the old gentleman's neck, throws up his hat, cuts a caper, defies the waiting maid, and refers her to the butcher.
"You won't marry her," says the old gentleman angrily. "And live after it," says Tom. "I'd sooner marry a mermaid with a small-toothed comb and looking-glass than take the consequences," says the other. With those words, I beg your kind attention here, gentlemen, for it's worth your notice, the old gentleman wetted his forefinger of his right hand in some of the liquor from the crucible that was spilt on the floor, and drew a small triangle on Tom's forehead. The room swam before his eyes, and he found himself in the watch-house.
"Found himself where?" cried the Vice, on behalf of the company generally. "In the watch-house," said the chairman. It was late at night, and he found himself in the very watch-house from which he had been let out that morning. "Did he go home?" asked the Vice. "The watch-house people rather objected to that," said the chairman. "So he stopped there that night, and went before the magistrate in the morning." "Why, you're here again, are you?" says the magistrate, adding insult to injury. "We'll trouble you for 5 shillings more, if you can conveniently spare the money." Tom told him he had been enchanted, but it was of no use. He told the contractors the same, but they wouldn't believe him. It was very hard upon him, gentlemen, as he often said, for was it likely he'd go and invent such a tale? They shook their heads and told him he'd say anything but his prayers, as indeed he would, there's no doubt about that. It was the only imputation on his moral character that ever I heard of. End of The Lamplighter.
The Last 60 Minutes by Susan Glaspell. Recording by Shona Brogdon-Sturble. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Last 60 Minutes by Susan Glaspell. 9, 10. The old clock paused, as if in dramatic appreciation of the situation, and then slowly, weightily, it gave the final stroke. 11. The governor swung his chair halfway round and looked the timepiece full in the face. Already the seconds had begun ticking off the last hour of his official life. On the stroke of 12, another man would be governor of the state. He sat there, watching the movement of the minute hand. The sound of voices, some jovial, some argumentative, was borne to him through the open transom. People were beginning to gather in the corridors, and he could hear the usual disputes about tickets of admission to the inaugural. His secretary came in just then with some letters. "Could you see Whitefield now?" he asked. "He's waiting out here for you." The old man looked up wearily. "Oh, put him off, Charlie. Tell him you can talk to him about whatever it is he wants to know." The secretary had his hand on the knob when the governor added, "And Charlie, keep everybody out if you can. I've got a few private matters to go over." The younger man nodded and opened the door. He half closed it behind him and then turned to say, "Except Francis. You'll want to see him if he comes in, won't you?" He frowned and moved impatiently as he answered curtly, "Oh, yes." Francis. Of course it never occurred to any of them that he could close the door on Francis. He drummed nervously on his desk, then suddenly reached down and, opening one of the drawers, tossed back a few things and drew out a newspaper. He unfolded this and spread it out on the desk. Running across the page was the big black line, "Real governors of some western states," and just below, the first of the series, and played up as the most glaring example of nominal and real in governorship, was a sketch of Harvey Francis. He sat there looking at it, knowing full well that it would not contribute to his peace of mind. It did not make for placidity of spirit to be told at the end of things that he had, as a matter of fact, never been anybody at all. And the bitterest part of it was that, looking back on it now, getting it from the viewpoint of one stepping from it, he could see just how true was the statement. Harvey Francis has been the real governor of the state. John Morrison, his mouthpiece and figurehead. He walked to the window and looked out over the January landscape. It may have been the snowy hills, as well as the thoughts weighing him down, that carried him back across the years to one snowy afternoon when he stood up in a little red schoolhouse and delivered an oration on the responsibilities of statesmanship. He smiled as the title came back to him, and yet what had become of the spirit of that 17-year-old boy? He had meant it all then. He could remember the thrill with which he stood there that afternoon long before, and poured out his sentiments regarding the sacredness of public trust. What was it had kept him, when his chance came, from working out in his life the things he had so fervently poured into his schoolboy oration? Someone was tapping at the door. It was an easy, confident tap, and there was a good deal of reflex action in the governor's "Come in." Indulging in a little meditation? The governor frowned at the way Francis said it, and the latter went on easily. "Just came from a row with Dorman. Everybody is holding him up for tickets, and he, poor young fool, looks as though he wanted to jump in the river. Takes things tremendously to heart, Dorman does." He lighted a cigar, smiling quietly over that youthful quality of Dorman's. "Well," he went on, leaning back in his chair and looking about the room, "I thought I'd look in on you for a minute. You see, I'll not have the entree to the governor's office by afternoon." He laughed, the easy, good-humored laugh of one too sophisticated to spend emotion uselessly. It was he who fell into meditation then, and the governor sat looking at him. A paragraph from the newspaper came back to him. "Harvey Francis is the most dangerous type of boss politician. His is not the crude and vulgar method that asks a man what his vote is worth. He deals gently and tenderly with consciences. He knows how to get a man without fatally injuring that man's self-respect." The governor's own experience bore out the summary. When elected to office as state senator, he had cherished old-fashioned ideas of serving his constituents and doing his duty. But the very first week, Francis had asked one of those little favors of him, and wishing to show his appreciation of support given him in his election, he had granted it. Then various courtesies were shown him. He was let in on a deal, and almost before he realized it, it seemed definitely understood that he was a Francis man. Francis roused himself and murmured, "Fools! Amateurs!" "Laymen?" ventured the governor. "Laymen and all his crowd. And yet," the governor could not resist, "in another hour this same fool will be governor of the state." "The fool seems to have won." Francis rose impatiently. "For the moment. It won't be lasting. In any profession, fools and amateurs may win single victories. They can't keep it up. They don't know how." "Oh, no," he insisted cheerfully. "Layman will never be re-elected. Fact is, I'm counting on this contract business we've saved up for him getting in good work." He was moving toward the door. "Well," he concluded with a curious little laugh, "see you upstairs." The governor looked at the clock. It pointed now to 25 minutes past 11. The last hour was going fast. In a very short time he must join the party in the anteroom of the house. But weariness had come over him. He leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. He was close upon 70, and today looked even older than his years. It was not a vicious face, but it was not a strong one. People who wanted to say nice things of the governor called him pleasant or genial or kindly. Even the men in the appointive offices did not venture to say he had much force. He felt it today as he never had before. He had left no mark. He had done nothing, stood for nothing. Never once had his personality made itself felt. He had signed the documents. Harvey Francis had always suggested. The term was that man's own, the course to be pursued, and the suggestions had ever dictated the policy that would throw the most of influence or money to that splendidly organized machine that Francis controlled. With an effort he shook himself free from his cheerless retrospect. There was a thing or two he wanted to get from his desk, and his time was growing very short. He found what he wanted, and then, just as he was about to close the drawer, his eye fell on a large yellow envelope. He closed the drawer, but only to reopen it, take out the envelope, and remove the documents it contained, and then, one by one, he spread them out before him on the desk. He sat there looking down at them, wondering whether a man had ever stepped into office with as many pitfalls laid for him. During the last month they had been busy about the old State House, setting traps for the new governor. The machine was especially jubilant over those contracts the governor now had spread out before him. The convict labor question was being fought out in the state just then, organized labor demanding its repeal, country taxpayers insisting that it be maintained. Under the system, the penitentiary had become self-supporting. In November, the contracts had come up for renewal. But on the request of Harvey Francis, the matter had been put off from time to time and still remained open. Just the week before, Francis had put it to the governor something like this: "Don't sign those contracts. We can give some reason for holding them off, save them up for laymen. Then we can see that the question is agitated. And whatever he does about it is going to prove a bad thing for him. If he doesn't sign, he's in bed with the country fellows, the men who elected him. Don't you see? At the end of his administration, the penitentiary, under you self-sustaining, will have cost them a pretty penny. We've got him right square." The clock was close to 20 minutes of 12, and he concluded that he would go out and join some of his friends he could hear in the other room. It would never do for him to go upstairs with a long, serious face. He had had his day, and now Layman was to have his. And if the new governor did better than the old one, then so much the better for the state. As for the contracts, Layman surely must understand that there was a good deal of rough sailing on political waters. But it was not easy to leave the room. Walking to the window, he again stood there looking out across the snow, and once more he went back now at the end of things to that day in the little red schoolhouse which stood out as the beginning. He was called back from that dreaming by the sight of 3 men coming up the hill. He smiled faintly in anticipation of the things Francis and the rest of them would say about the new governors arriving on foot. Layman had requested that the inaugural parade be done away with, but one would suppose he would at least dignify the occasion by arriving in a carriage. Francis would see that the opposing papers handled it as a grandstand play to the country constituents. And then, forgetful of Francis and of the approaching ceremony, the old man stood there by the window, watching the young man who was coming up to take his place. How firmly the new governor walked! With what confidence he looked ahead at the State House! The governor, not considering the inconsistency therein, felt a thrill of real pride in thought of the States possessing a man like that. Standing though he did for the things pitted against him, down in his heart John Marston had all along cherished a strong admiration for that young man who, as district attorney of the state's metropolis, had aroused the whole country by his fearlessness and unquestionable sincerity. Many a day he had sat in that same office, reading what the young district attorney was doing in the city close by, the fight he was making almost single-handed against corruption, how he was striking in the high places, fast and hard as in the low, the opposition, threats, and time after time there had been that same secret thrill at thought of there being a man like that. And when the people of the state, convinced that here was one man who would serve them, began urging the district attorney for chief executive, Governor Martian, linked with the opposing forces, doing all he could to bring about Layman's defeat, never lost that secret feeling for the young man who, unbacked by any organization, struck blow after blow at the machine that had so long dominated the state, winning in the end that almost incomprehensible victory. The new governor had passed from sight, and a moment later his voice came to the ear of the lonely man in the executive office. Some friends had stopped him just outside the governor's door with a laughing, "Here's hoping you'll do as much for us in the new office as you did in the old." And the new governor replied buoyantly, "Oh, but I'm going to do a great deal more." The man within the office smiled a little wistfully and with a sigh sat down before his desk. The clock now pointed to 13 minutes of 12. They would be asking for him upstairs. There were some scraps of paper on his desk, and he threw them into the wastebasket, murmuring, "I can at least give him a clean desk." He pushed his chair back sharply. A clean desk. The phrase opened to deeper meanings. Why not clean it up in earnest? Why not give him a square deal, a real chance? Why not sign the contracts? Again he looked at the clock. Not yet 10 minutes of 12. For 10 minutes more he was governor of the state. 10 minutes of real governorship. Might it not make up a little, both to his own soul and to the world, for the years he had weakly served as another man's puppet? The consciousness that he could do it, that it was not within the power of any man to stop him, was intoxicating. Why not break the chains now at the last, and just before the end, taste the joy of freedom? He took up his pen and reached for the inkwell. With trembling, excited fingers, he unfolded the contracts. He dipped his pen into the ink. He even brought it down on the paper. And then the tension broke. He sank back in his chair, a frightened, broken old man. "Oh, no," he whispered. "No, not now. It's—" His head went lower and lower, until at last it rested on the desk. Too late. When he raised his head and grew more steady, it was only to see the soundness of his conclusion. He had not the right, now in the final hour, to buy for himself a little of glory, it would only be a form of self-indulgence. They would call it, and perhaps rightly, hush money to his conscience. They would say he went back on them only when he was through with them. Oh, no, there would be no more strength in it than in the average deathbed repentance. He would at least step out with consistency. He folded the contracts and put them back into the envelope. The minute hand now pointed to 7 minutes to 12. Someone was tapping at the door, and the secretary appeared to say they were waiting for him upstairs. He replied that he would be there in a minute, hoping that his voice did not sound as strange to the other man as it had to himself. Slowly he walked to the door leading into the corridor. This, then, was indeed the end. This, the final stepping down from office. After years of what they called public service, he was leaving it all now with a sense of defeat and humiliation. A lump was in the old man's throat. His eyes were blurred. "But you, Frank Layman," he whispered passionately, turning as if for comfort to the other man, "it will be different with you. They'll not get you. Not you." It lifted him then as a great wave, this passionate exultation that here was one man whom corruption could not claim as her own. Here was one human soul not to be had for a price. There flitted before him again a picture of that 17-year-old boy in the little red schoolhouse. And close upon it came the picture of this other young man, against whom all powers of corruption had been turned in vain. With the one it had been the emotional luxury of a sentiment, a thing from life's actualities apart. With the other it was a force that dominated all things else, a force over which circumstances and design could not prevail. "I know all about it," he was saying. "I know about it all. I know how easy it is to fall. I know how fine it is to stand." His sense of disappointment in his own empty, besmirched career was almost submerged then as he projected himself on into the career of this other man, who within the hour would come there in his stead. How glorious was his opportunity, how limitless his possibilities, and how great to his own soul the satisfaction the years would bring of having done his best. It had all changed now, that passionate longing to vindicate himself, add one thing honorable and fine to his own record, had altogether left him. And with the new mood came new insight, and what had been an impulse centered to a purpose. It pointed to 3 minutes to 12 as he walked over to his desk, unfolded the contracts, and one by one affixed his signature. In a dim way he was conscious of how the interpretation of his first motive would be put upon it, how they would call him traitor and coward, but that mattered little. The very fact that the man for whom he was doing it would never see it as it was brought him no pang. And when he had carefully blotted the papers, affixed the seal, and put them away, there was in his heart the clean, sweet joy of a child, because he had been able to do this for a man in whom he believed. The band was playing the opening strains as he closed the door behind him and started upstairs. End of The Last 60 Minutes by Susan Glass Bell. This recording is in the public domain.
The Loves of Alonzo Fitzclarence and Rosanna Ethelton by Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Letton. The Loves of Alonzo Fitzclarence and Rosanna Ethelton by Mark Twain. It was well along in the forenoon of a bitter winter's day. The town of Eastport in the state of Maine lay buried under a deep snow that was newly fallen. The customary bustle in the streets was wanting. One could look long distances down them and see nothing but a dead-white emptiness, with silence to match. Of course, I do not mean that you could see the silence. No, you could only hear it. The sidewalks were merely long, deep ditches, with steep snow walls on either side. Here and there you might hear the faint, far scrape of a wooden shovel, and if you were quick enough you might catch a glimpse of a distant black figure stooping and disappearing in one of those ditches, and reappearing the next moment with a motion which you would know meant the heaving out of a shovelful of snow. But you needed to be quick, for that black figure would not linger, but would soon drop that shovel and scud for the house, thrashing itself with its arms to warm them. Yes, it was too venomously cold for snow-shovelers or anybody else to stay out long. Presently the sky darkened. Then the wind rose and began to blow in fitful, vigorous gusts, which sent clouds of powdery snow aloft, and straight ahead, and everywhere. Under the impulse of one of these gusts, great white drifts banked themselves like graves across the streets. A moment later another gust shifted them around the other way, driving a fine spray of snow from their sharp crests, as the gale drives the spume flakes from wave crests at sea. A third gust swept that place as clean as your hand, if it saw fit. This was fooling. This was play, but each and all of the gusts dumped some snow into the sidewalk ditches, for that was business. Alonzo Fitzclarence was sitting in his snug and elegant little parlor, in a lovely blue silk dressing-gown, with cuffs and facings of crimson satin, elaborately quilted. The remains of his breakfast were before him, and the dainty and costly little table service added a harmonious charm to the grace, beauty, and richness of the fixed appointments of the room. A cheery fire was blazing on the hearth. A furious gust of wind shook the windows, and a great wave of snow washed against them with a drenching sound, so to speak. The handsome young bachelor murmured, "That means no going out today. Well, I am content. But what to do for company? Mother is well enough. Aunt Susan is well enough. But these, like the poor, I have with me always. On so grim a day as this, one needs a new interest, a fresh element to whet the dull edge of captivity. That was neatly said, but it doesn't mean anything. One doesn't want the edge of captivity sharpened up, you know, but just the reverse." He glanced at his pretty French mantel clock. "That clock's wrong again. That clock hardly ever knows what time it is, and when it does know, it lies about it, which amounts to the same thing. Alfred!" There was no answer. Alfred, good servant, but as uncertain as the clock. Alonzo touched an electric bell button in the wall. He waited a moment, then touched it again, waited a few moments more, and said, "Battery out of order, no doubt. But now that I have started, I will find out what time it is." He stepped to a speaking tube in the wall, blew its whistle, and called, "Mother," and repeated it twice. "Well, that's no use. Mother's battery is out of order, too. Can't raise anybody downstairs, that is plain." He sat down at a rosewood desk, leaned his chin on the left-hand edge of it, and spoke as if to the floor. "Aunt Susan?" A low, pleasant voice answered, "Is that you, Alonzo?" "Yes. I'm too lazy and comfortable to go downstairs. I am in extremity, and I can't seem to scare up any help." "Dear me, what is the matter?" "Matter enough, I can tell you." "Oh, don't keep me in suspense, dear. What is it?" "I want to know what time it is." "You abominable boy, what a turn you did give me! Is that all?" "All? On my honor. Calm yourself. Tell me the time, and receive my blessing." "Just 5 minutes after 9. No charge. Keep your blessing." "Thanks. It wouldn't have impoverished me, auntie, nor so enriched you that you could live without other means." He got up, murmuring, "Just 5 minutes after 9," and faced his clock. "Ah," said he, "you are doing better than usual. You are only 34 minutes wrong. Let me see. Let me see. 33 and 21 are 54. 4 times 54 are 236. 1 off leaves 235. That's right. He turned the hands of his clock forward till they marked 25 minutes to 1, and said, Now see if you can't keep right for a while, else I'll raffle you. He sat down at the desk again and said, Aunt Susan. Yes, dear. Had breakfast? Yes, indeed, an hour ago. Busy? No, except sewing. Why? Got any company? No, but I expect some at 9:30. I wish I did. I'm lonesome. I want to talk to somebody. Very well. Talk to me. But this is very private. Don't be afraid. Talk right along. There's nobody here but me. I hardly know whether to venture or not, but... But what? Oh, don't stop there. You know you can trust me, Alonzo. You know you can. I feel it, Aunt, but this is very serious. It affects me deeply. Me and all the family, even the whole community. Oh, Alonzo, tell me. I will never breathe a word of it. What is it? Aunt, if I might dare... Oh, please go on. I love you and feel for you. Tell me all. Confide in me. What is it? The weather. Plague take the weather. I don't see how you can have the heart to serve me so long. There, auntie dear, I'm sorry. I am, on my honor. I won't do it again. Do you forgive me? Yes, since you seem so sincere about it, though I know I oughtn't to. You will fool me again as soon as I have forgotten this time. No, I won't, honor bright. But such weather, oh, such weather! You've got to keep your spirits up artificially. It is snowy and blowy and gusty and bitter cold. How is the weather with you? Warm and rainy and melancholy. The mourners go about the streets with their umbrellas running streams from the end of every whalebone. There's an elevated double pavement of umbrellas stretching down the sides of the streets as far as I can see. I've got a fire for cheerfulness, and the windows open to keep cool. But it is vain. It is useless. Nothing comes in but the balmy breath of December, with its burden of mocking odors from the flowers that possess the realm outside, and rejoice in their lawless profusion, whilst the spirit of man is low, and flaunt their gaudy splendors in his face, while his soul is clothed in sackcloth and ashes, and his heart breaketh. Alonzo opened his lips to say, You ought to print that and get it framed, but checked himself, for he heard his aunt speaking to someone else. He went and stood at the window and looked out upon the wintry prospect. The storm was driving the snow before it more furiously than ever. Window shutters were slamming and banging. A forlorn dog, with bowed head and tail withdrawn from service, was pressing his quaking body against a windward wall for shelter and protection. A young girl was plowing knee-deep through the drifts, with her face turned from the blast, and the cape of her waterproof blowing straight rearward over her head. Alonzo shuddered and said with a sigh, Better the slop and the sultry rain, and even the insolent flowers, than this. He turned from the window, moved a step, and stopped in a listening attitude. The faint, sweet notes of a familiar song caught his ear. He remained there with his head unconsciously bent forward, drinking in the melody, stirring neither hand nor foot, hardly breathing. There was a blemish in the execution of the song, but to Alonzo it seemed an added charm instead of a defect. The blemish consisted of a marked flatting of the third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh notes of the refrain, or chorus of the piece. When the music ended, Alonzo drew a deep breath and said, Ah, I have never heard in the sweet by-and-by sung like that before. He stepped quickly to the desk, listened a moment, and said in a guarded, confidential voice, Auntie, who is this divine singer? She is the company I was expecting. Stays with me a month or two. I will introduce you. Miss... For goodness' sake, wait a moment, Aunt Susan. You never stop to think what you are about. He flew to his bedchamber, and returned in a moment perceptibly changed in his outward appearance, and remarking snappishly, Hang it, she would have introduced me to this angel in that sky-blue dressing-gown with red-hot lapels. Women never think when they get a-going. He hastened and stood by the desk, and said eagerly, Now, Auntie, I am ready, and fell to smiling and bowing, with all the persuasiveness and elegance that were in him. Very well. Miss Rosanna Ethelton, let me introduce you to my favorite nephew, Mr. Alonzo Fitzclarence. There, you are both good people, and I like you, so I'm going to trust you together while I attend to a few household affairs. Sit down, Rosanna. Sit down, Alonzo. Good-bye. I shan't be gone long. Alonzo had been bowing and smiling all the while, and motioning imaginary young ladies to sit down in imaginary chairs. But now he took a seat himself, mentally saying, "Ah, this is luck. Let the winds blow now, and the snow drive, and the heavens frown. Little I care." While these young people chat themselves into an acquaintanceship, let us take the liberty of inspecting the sweeter and fairer of the two. She sat alone, at her graceful ease, in a richly furnished apartment, which was manifestly the private parlor of a refined and sensible lady, if signs and symbols may go for anything. For instance, by a low, comfortable chair stood a dainty, top-heavy workstand, whose summit was a fancifully embroidered shallow basket, with vari-colored crewels and other strings and odds and ends protruding from under the gaping lid and hanging down in negligent profusion. On the floor lay bright shreds of turkey red, Prussian blue, and kindred fabrics, bits of ribbon, a spool or two, a pair of scissors, and a roll or so of tinted silken stuffs. On a luxurious sofa, upholstered with some sort of soft Indian goods wrought in black and gold threads, interwebbed with other threads not so pronounced in color, lay a great square of coarse white stuff, upon whose surface a rich bouquet of flowers was growing, under the deft cultivation of the crochet needle. The household cat was asleep on this work of art. In a bay window stood an easel with an unfinished picture on it, and a palette and brushes on a chair beside it. There were books everywhere, Robertson's Sermons, Tennyson, Moody and Sankey, Hawthorne, Rab and his friends, cookbooks, prayer books, pattern books, and books about all kinds of odious and exasperating pottery, of course. There was a piano, with a deck-load of music, and more in a tender. There was a great plenty of pictures on the walls, on the shelves of the mantelpiece, and around generally. Where coigns of vantage offered were statuettes, and quaint and pretty gimcracks, and rare and costly specimens of particularly devilish china. The bay window gave upon a garden that was ablaze with foreign and domestic flowers and flowering shrubs. But the sweet young girl was the daintiest thing these premises, within or without, could offer for contemplation. Delicately chiseled features of Grecian cast, her complexion the pure snow of a japonica that is receiving a faint reflected enrichment from some scarlet neighbor of the garden, great soft blue eyes, fringed with long curving lashes, an expression made up of the trustfulness of a child and the gentleness of a fawn, a beautiful head crowned with its own prodigal gold, a lithe and rounded figure whose every attitude and movement was instinct with native grace. Her dress and adornment were marked by that exquisite harmony that can come only of a fine natural taste perfected by culture. Her gown was of a simple magenta tulle, cut bias, traversed by 3 rows of light blue flounces, with the selvage edges turned up with ashes of roses chenille, overdress of dark bay tarlatan, with scarlet satin lambrequins, corn-colored polonaise, enseigne, looped with mother-of-pearl buttons and silver cord, and hauled aft and made fast by buff velvet lashings, basque of lavender reps, picked out with Valenciennes, low neck, short sleeves, maroon velvet necktie, edged with delicate pink silk, inside handkerchief of some simple 3-ply ingrain fabric of a soft saffron tint, coral bracelets and locket chain, coiffure of forget-me-nots and lilies of the valley, massed around a noble calla. This was all, yet even in this subdued attire she was divinely beautiful. Then what must she have been when adorned for the festival or the ball? All this time she had been busily chatting with Alonzo, unconscious of our inspection. The minutes still sped, and still she talked. But by and by she happened to look up and saw the clock. A crimson blush sent its rich flood through her cheeks, and she exclaimed, "There! Good-bye, Mr. Fitzclarence. I must go now." She sprang from her chair with such haste that she hardly heard the young man's answering good-bye. She stood radiant, graceful, beautiful, and gazed, wondering, upon the accusing clock. Presently her pouting lips parted, and she said, 5 minutes after 11. Nearly 2 hours. And it did not seem 20 minutes. Oh, dear, what will he think of me? At the self-same moment Alonzo was staring at his clock, and presently he said, 25 minutes to 3. Nearly 2 hours, and I didn't believe it was 2 minutes. Is it possible that this clock is humbugging again? Miss Ethelton, just 1 moment, please. Are you there yet? Yes, but be quick. I'm going right away. Would you be so kind as to tell me what time it is? The girl blushed again, murmured to herself, It's right down cruel of him to ask me, and then spoke up and answered with admirably counterfeited unconcern, 5 minutes after 11. Oh, thank you. You have to go now, have you? I'm sorry. No reply. Miss Ethelton. Well? You're there yet, ain't you? Yes, but please hurry. What did you want to say? Well, nothing in particular. It's very lonesome here. It's asking a great deal, I know, but would you mind talking with me again by and by? That is, if it will not trouble you too much. I don't know, but I'll think about it. I'll try. Thanks, Miss Ethelton. Ah, me, she's gone. And here are the black clouds and the whirling snow and the raging winds come again. But she said good-bye. She didn't say good morning. She said good-bye. The clock was right, after all. What a lightning-winged 2 hours it was! He sat down and gazed dreamily into his fire for a while, then heaved a sigh and said, How wonderful it is! 2 little hours ago I was a free man, and now my heart's in San Francisco. About that time, Rosanna Ethelton, propped in the window-seat of her bedchamber, book in hand, was gazing vacantly out over the rainy seas that washed the Golden Gate, and whispering to herself, How different he is from poor Burley, with his empty head and his single little antic talent of mimicry. 2. 4 weeks later, Mr. Sidney Algernon Burley was entertaining a gay luncheon company in a sumptuous drawing-room on Telegraph Hill, with some capital imitations of the voices and gestures of certain popular actors and San Franciscan literary people and bonanza grandees. He was elegantly upholstered, and was a handsome fellow, barring a trifling cast in his eye. He seemed very jovial, but nevertheless he kept his eye on the door with an expectant and uneasy watchfulness. By and by a nobby lackey appeared and delivered a message to the mistress, who nodded her head understandingly. That seemed to settle the thing for Mr. Burley. His vivacity decreased little by little, and a dejected look began to creep into one of his eyes, and a sinister one into the other. The rest of the company departed in due time, leaving him with the mistress, to whom he said, There is no longer any question about it. She avoids me. She continually excuses herself. If I could see her, if I could speak to her only a moment, but this suspense. Perhaps her seeming avoidance is mere accident, Mr. Burley. Go to the small drawing-room upstairs and amuse yourself a moment. I will dispatch a household order that is on my mind, and then I will go to her room. Without doubt she will be persuaded to see you. Mr. Burley went upstairs, intending to go to the small drawing-room, but as he was passing Aunt Susan's private parlor, the door of which stood slightly ajar, he heard a joyous laugh which he recognized. So, without knock or announcement, he stepped confidently in. But before he could make his presence known, he heard words that harrowed up his soul and chilled his young blood. He heard a voice say, Darling, it is come. Then he heard Rosanna Ethelton, whose back was toward him, say, So has yours, dearest. He saw her bowed form bend lower. He heard her kiss something, not merely once, but again and again. His soul raged within him. The heartbreaking conversation went on. Rosanna, I knew you must be beautiful, but this is dazzling, this is blinding, this is intoxicating. Alonzo, it is such happiness to hear you say it. I know it is not true, but I am so grateful to have you think it is, nevertheless. I knew you must have a noble face, but the grace and the majesty of the reality beggar the poor creation of my fancy. Burley heard that rattling shower of kisses again. Thank you, my Rosanna. The photograph flatters me, but you must not allow yourself to think of that. Sweetheart. Yes, Alonzo. I am so happy, Rosanna. Oh, Alonzo, none that have gone before me knew what love was. None that come after me will ever know what happiness is. I float in a gorgeous cloud land, a boundless firmament of enchanted and bewildering ecstasy. Oh, my Rosanna, you are mine, are you not? Wholly, oh, wholly yours, Alonzo, now and forever. All the day long and all through my nightly dreams, one song sings itself, and its sweet burden is, Alonzo Fitzclarence, Alonzo Fitzclarence, Eastport, State of Maine. Curse him. I've got his address anyway, roared Burley inwardly, and rushed from the place. Just behind the unconscious Alonzo stood his mother, a picture of astonishment. She was so muffled from head to heel in furs that nothing of herself was visible but her eyes and nose. She was a good allegory of winter, for she was powdered all over with snow. Behind the unconscious Rosanna stood Aunt Susan, Another picture of astonishment. She was a good allegory of summer, for she was lightly clad and was vigorously cooling the perspiration on her face with a fan. Both of these women had tears of joy in their eyes. "So ho!" exclaimed Mrs. Fitzclarence. "This explains why nobody has been able to drag you out of your room for 6 weeks, Alonzo." "So ho!" exclaimed Aunt Susan. "This explains why you've been a hermit for the past 6 weeks, Rosanna." The young couple were on their feet in an instant, abashed, and standing like detected dealers in stolen goods, awaiting Judge Lynch's doom. "Bless you, my son. I am happy in your happiness. Come to your mother's arms, Alonzo." "Bless you, Rosanna. For my dear nephew's sake, come to my arms." Then there was a mingling of hearts and of tears of rejoicing on Telegraph Hill and in Eastport Square. Servants were called by the elders in both places. Unto one was given the order, "Pile this fire high with hickory wood, and bring me a roasting hot lemonade." Unto the other was given the order, "Put out this fire, and bring me 2 palm-leaf fans and a pitcher of ice water." Then the young people were dismissed, and the elders sat down to talk the sweet surprise over and make the wedding plans. Some minutes before this, Mr. Burley rushed from the mansion on Telegraph Hill without meeting or taking formal leave of anybody. He hissed through his teeth in unconscious imitation of a popular favorite in melodrama, "Him shall she never wed, I have sworn it. Ere great Nature shall have doffed her winter's ermine to don the emerald gauds of spring, she shall be mine." 3. 2 weeks later, every few hours during some 3 or 4 days, a very prim and devout-looking Episcopal clergyman with a cast in his eye had visited Alonzo. According to his card, he was the Reverend Melton Hargrave of Cincinnati. He said he had retired from the ministry on account of his health. If he had said on account of ill health, he would probably have erred, to judge by his wholesome looks and firm build. He was the inventor of an improvement in telephones, and hoped to make his bread by selling the privilege of using it. "At present," he continued, "a man may go and tap a telegraph wire which is conveying a song or a concert from one state to another, and he can attach his private telephone and steal a hearing of that music as it passes along. My invention will stop all that." "Well," answered Alonzo, "if the owner of the music could not miss what was stolen, why should he care?" "He shouldn't care," said the Reverend. "Well?" said Alonzo, inquiringly. "Suppose," replied the Reverend, "suppose that instead of music that was passing along and being stolen, the burden of the wire was loving endearments of the most private and sacred nature." Alonzo shuddered from head to heel. "Sir, it is a priceless invention," said he. "I must have it at any cost." But the invention was delayed somewhere on the road from Cincinnati, most unaccountably. The impatient Alonzo could hardly wait. The thought of Rosanna's sweet words being shared with him by some ribald thief was galling to him. The Reverend came frequently and lamented the delay, and told of measures he had taken to hurry things up. This was some little comfort to Alonzo. One forenoon the Reverend ascended the stairs and knocked at Alonzo's door. There was no response. He entered, glanced eagerly around, closed the door softly, then ran to the telephone. The exquisitely soft and remote strains of the Sweet By and By came floating through the instrument. The singer was flatting as usual the 5 notes that follow the first 2 in the chorus, when the Reverend interrupted her with this word, in a voice which was an exact imitation of Alonzo's, with just the faintest flavor of impatience added, "Sweetheart." "Yes, Alonzo." "Please don't sing that any more this week. Try something modern." The agile step that goes with a happy heart was heard on the stairs, and the Reverend, smiling diabolically, sought sudden refuge behind the heavy folds of the velvet window curtains. Alonzo entered and flew to the telephone. Said he, "Rosanna, dear, shall we sing something together?" "Something modern?" asked she, with sarcastic bitterness. "Yes, if you prefer." "Sing it yourself, if you like." This snappishness amazed and wounded the young man. He said, "Rosanna, that was not like you." "I suppose it becomes me as much as your very polite speech became you, Mr. Fitzclarence." "Mr. Fitzclarence? Rosanna, there was nothing impolite about my speech." "Oh, indeed. Of course, then I misunderstood you, and I most humbly beg your pardon. Ha, ha, ha! No doubt you said, 'Don't sing it any more to-day.'" "Sing what any more to-day?" "The song you mentioned, of course. How very obtuse we are all of a sudden." "I never mentioned any song." "Oh, you didn't?" "No, I didn't." "I am compelled to remark that you did." "And I am obliged to reiterate that I didn't." "A second rudeness. That is sufficient, sir. I will never forgive you. All is over between us.' Then came a muffled sound of crying. Alonzo hastened to say, Oh, Rosanna, unsay those words. There is some dreadful mystery here, some hideous mistake. I am utterly earnest and sincere when I say I never said anything about any song. I would not hurt you for the whole world. Rosanna, dear, speak to me, won't you?" There was a pause. Then Alonzo heard the girl's sobbings retreating, and knew she had gone from the telephone. He rose with a heavy sigh, and hastened from the room, saying to himself, I will ransack the charity missions and the haunts of the poor for my mother. She will persuade her that I never meant to wound her. A minute later the Reverend was crouching over the telephone like a cat that knoweth the ways of the prey. He had not very many minutes to wait. A soft, repentant voice, tremulous with tears, said, Alonzo, dear, I have been wrong. You could not have said so cruel a thing. It must have been someone who imitated your voice in malice or in jest. The Reverend coldly answered in Alonzo's tones, You have said it was all over between us, so let it be. I spurn your proffered repentance and despise it. Then he departed, radiant with fiendish triumph, to return no more with his imaginary telephonic invention forever. 4 hours afterward Alonzo arrived with his mother from her favorite haunts of poverty and vice. They summoned the San Francisco household, but there was no reply. They waited, and continued to wait, upon the voiceless telephone. At length, when it was sunset in San Francisco, and 3 hours and a half after dark in Eastport, in answer to the oft-repeated cry of Rosanna, but alas, it was Aunt Susan's voice that spake, she said, I have been out all day, just got in. I will go and find her. The watchers waited 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Then came these fatal words in a frightened tone. She is gone, and her baggage with her, to visit another friend, she told the servants. But I found this note on the table in her room. Listen. I am gone. Seek not to trace me out. My heart is broken. You will never see me more. Tell him I shall always think of him when I sing my sweet by and by, but never of the unkind words he said about it. That is her note. Alonzo, Alonzo, what does it mean? What has happened? But Alonzo sat white and cold as the dead. His mother threw back the velvet curtains and opened a window. The cold air refreshed the sufferer, and he told his aunt his dismal story. Meantime his mother was inspecting a card which had disclosed itself upon the floor when she cast the curtains back. It read, Mr. Sidney Algernon Burley, San Francisco. The miscreant! Shouted Alonzo, and rushed forth to seek the false reverend and destroy him. For the card explained everything, since in the course of the lovers' mutual confessions they had told each other all about all the sweethearts they had ever had, and thrown no end of mud at their failings and foibles, for lovers always do that. It has a fascination that ranks next after billing and cooing. 4. During the next 2 months many things happened. It had early transpired that Rosanna, poor suffering orphan, had neither returned to her grandmother in Portland, Oregon, nor sent any word to her save a duplicate of the woeful note she had left in the mansion on Telegraph Hill. Whosoever was sheltering her, if she was still alive, had been persuaded not to betray her whereabouts without doubt, for all efforts to find trace of her had failed. Did Alonzo give her up? Not he. He said to himself, She will sing that sweet song when she is sad. I shall find her. So he took his carpet-sack and a portable telephone, and shook the snow of his native city from his arctics, and went forth into the world. He wandered far and wide in many states. Time and again strangers were astonished to see a wasted, pale, and woe-worn man laboriously climb a telegraph-pole in wintry and lonely places, perch sadly there an hour with his ear at a little box, then come sighing down and wander wearily away. Sometimes they shot at him, as peasants do at aeronauts, thinking him mad and dangerous. Thus his clothes were much shredded by bullets, and his person grievously lacerated. But he bore it all patiently. In the beginning of his pilgrimage he used to say, Ah, if I could but hear the sweet by and by. But toward the end of it he used to shed tears of anguish and say, Ah, if I could but hear something else. Thus a month and 3 weeks drifted by, and at last some humane people seized him and confined him in a private madhouse in New York. He made no moan, for his strength was all gone, and with it all heart and all hope. The superintendent in pity gave up his own comfortable parlor and bedchamber to him, and nursed him with affectionate devotion. At the end of a week the patient was able to leave his bed for the first time. He was lying comfortably pillowed on a sofa, listening to the plaintive miserere of the bleak March winds and the muffled sound of tramping feet in the street below, for it was about 6 in the evening, and New York was going home from work. He had a bright fire, and the added cheer of a couple of student lamps, so it was warm and snug within, though bleak and raw without. It was light and bright within, though outside it was as dark and dreary as if the world had been lit with Hartford gas. Alonzo smiled feebly to think how his loving vagaries had made him a maniac in the eyes of the world, and was proceeding to pursue his line of thought further, when a faint, sweet strain, the very ghost of sound, so remote and attenuated it seemed, struck upon his ear. His pulses stood still. He listened with parted lips and bated breath. The song flowed on. He waited, listening, rising slowly and unconsciously from his recumbent position. At last he exclaimed, ìIt is she! It is she! Oh, the divine, hated notes!î He dragged himself eagerly to the corner whence the sounds proceeded, tore aside a curtain, and discovered a telephone. He bent over, and as the last note died away, he burst forthwith the exclamation, ìOh, thank Heaven! Found at last! Speak to me, Rosanna, dearest! The cruel mystery has been unraveled. It was the villain Burley who mimicked my voice and wounded you with insolent speech.î There was a breathless pause, a waiting age to Alonzo. Then a faint sound came, framing itself into language. ìOh, say those precious words again, Alonzo!î ìThey are the truth, the veritable truth, my Rosanna, and you shall have the proof, ample and abundant proof. Oh, Alonzo, stay by me. Leave me not for a moment. Let me feel that you are near me. Tell me we shall never be parted more. Oh, this happy hour, this blessed hour, this memorable hour! We will make record of it, my Rosanna, every year, as this dear hour chimes from the clock. We will celebrate it with thanksgivings all the years of our life. We will, Alonzo. 4 minutes after 6 in the evening, my Rosanna, shall henceforth, 23 minutes after 12 afternoon, shall... Why, Rosanna, darling, where are you? In Honolulu, Sandwich Islands. And where are you? Stay by me. Do not leave me for a moment. I cannot bear it. Are you at home? No, dear, I am in New York, a patient in the doctor's hands. An agonizing shriek came buzzing to Alonzo's ear, like the sharp buzzing of a hurt gnat. It lost power in traveling 5,000 miles. Alonzo hastened to say, ìCalm yourself, my child. It is nothing. Already I am getting well under the sweet healing of your presence. Rosanna!î ìYes, Alonzo. Oh, how you terrified me! Say on. Name the happy day, Rosanna.î There was a little pause. Then a diffident small voice replied, ìI blush, but it is with pleasure, it is with happiness. Would you like to have it soon?î ìThis very night, Rosanna. Oh, let us risk no more delays. Let it be now, this very night, this very moment.î ìOh, you impatient creature! I have nobody here but my good old uncle, a missionary for a generation, and now retired from service. Nobody but him and his wife. I would so dearly like it if your mother and your Aunt Susan...” ìOur mother and our Aunt Susan, my Rosanna.î ìYes, our mother and our Aunt Susan. I am content to word it so, if it pleases you. I would so like to have them present.î ìSo would I. Suppose you telegraph Aunt Susan. How long would it take her to come?î ìThe steamer leaves San Francisco day after tomorrow. The passage is 8 days. She would be here the 31st of March.î ìThen name the 1st of April. Do, Rosanna, dear.î ìMercy! It would make us April fools, Alonzo.î ìSo we be the happiest ones that day's suit looks down upon in the whole broad expanse of the globe. Why need we care? Call it the 1st of April, dear.î ìThen the 1st of April it shall be, with all my heart.î ìOh, happiness! Name the hour, too, Rosanna.î ìI like the morning. It is so blithe. Will 8 in the morning do, Alonzo?î ìThe loveliest hour in the day, since it will make you mine.î There was a feeble but frantic sound for some little time, as if wool-upped disembodied spirits were exchanging kisses. Then Rosanna said, ìExcuse me just a moment, dear. I have an appointment, and am called to meet it.î The young girl sought a large parlor, and took her place at a window which looked out upon a beautiful scene. To the left one could view the charming Nuuana Valley, fringed with its ruddy flush of tropical flowers, and its plumed and graceful cocoa palms, its rising foothills clothed in the shining green of lemon, citron, and orange groves, its storied precipice beyond, where the first Kamehameha drove his defeated foes over to their destruction, a spot that had forgotten its grim history, no doubt, for now it was smiling, as almost always at noonday, under the glowing arches of a succession of rainbows. In front of the window one could see the quaint town, and here and there a picturesque group of dusky natives enjoying the blistering weather, and far to the right lay the restless ocean, tossing its white mane in the sunshine. Rosanna stood there in her filmy white raiment, fanning her flushed and heated face, waiting. A Kanaka boy, clothed in a damaged blue necktie and part of a silk hat, thrust his head in at the door and announced, ì'Frisco Howley!' ìShow him in,' said the girl, straightening herself up and assuming a meaning dignity. Mr. Sidney Algernon Burley entered, clad from head to heel in dazzling snow, that is to say, in the lightest and whitest of Irish linen. He moved eagerly forward, but the girl made a gesture and gave him a look which checked him suddenly. She said coldly, ìI am here, as I promised. I believed your assertions. I yielded to your importune lies, and said I would name the day. I named the 1st of April, 8 in the morning. Now go.î ìOh, my dearest, if the gratitude of a lifetime Not a word. Spare me all sight of you, all communication with you until that hour. No supplications. I will have it so.î When he was gone, she sank exhausted in a chair, for the long siege of troubles she had undergone had wasted her strength. Presently she said, ìWhat a narrow escape! If the hour appointed had been an hour earlier! Oh, horror, what an escape I have made! And to think I had come to imagine I was loving this beguiling, this truthless, this treacherous monster! Oh, he shall repent his villainy!î Let us now draw this history to a close, for little more needs to be told. On the 2nd of the ensuing April, the Honolulu Advertiser contained this notice: ìMarried in this city by telephone yesterday morning at 8 o'clock by Reverend Nathan Hayes, assisted by Reverend Nathaniel Davis of New York, Mr. Alonzo Fitzclarence of Eastport, Maine, U.S., and Miss Rosanna Ethelton of Portland, Oregon, U.S. Mrs. Susan Howland of San Francisco, a friend of the bride, was present, she being the guest of the Reverend Mr. Hayes and wife, uncle and aunt of the bride. Mr. Sidney Algernon Burley of San Francisco was also present, but did not remain till the conclusion of the marriage service. Captain Hawthorne's beautiful yacht, tastefully decorated, was in waiting, and the happy bride and her friends immediately departed on a bridal trip to Lahaina and Haleakala. The New York papers of the same date contained this notice: ìMarried in this city yesterday by telephone at 2:30 in the morning by Reverend Nathaniel Davis, assisted by Reverend Nathan Hayes of Honolulu, Mr. Alonzo Fitzclarence of Eastport, Maine, and Miss Rosanna Ethelton of Portland, Oregon. The parents and several friends of the bridegroom were present, and enjoyed a sumptuous breakfast and much festivity until nearly sunrise, and then departed on a bridal trip to the aquarium, the bridegroom's state of health not admitting of a more extended journey. Toward the close of that memorable day, Mr. and Mrs. Alonzo Fitzclarence were buried in sweet converse concerning the pleasures of their several bridal tours, when suddenly the young wife exclaimed, ìOh, Lonnie, I forgot. I did what I said I would.î ìDid you, dear?î ìIndeed I did. I made him the April fool, and I told him so, too. Ah, it was a charming surprise. There he stood, sweltering in a black dress suit, with the mercury leaking out of the top of the thermometer, waiting to be married. You should have seen the look he gave when I whispered it in his ear. Ah, his wickedness cost me many a heartache and many a tear, but the score was all squared up then. So the vengeful feeling went right out of my heart, and I begged him to stay, and said I forgave him everything. But he wouldn't. He said he would live to be avenged, said he would make our lives a curse to us. But he can't, can he, dear? ìNever in this world, my Rosanna.î Aunt Susan, the Oregonian grandmother, and the young couple and their Eastport parents are all happy at this writing, and likely to remain so. Aunt Susan brought the bride from the islands, accompanied her across our continent, and had the happiness of witnessing the rapturous meeting between an adoring husband and wife who had never seen each other until that moment. A word about the wretched Burley, whose wicked machinations came so near wrecking the hearts and lives of our poor young friends, will be sufficient. In a murderous attempt to seize a crippled and helpless artisan who he fancied had done him some small offense, he fell into a cauldron of boiling oil and expired before he could be extinguished. End of The Loves of Alonzo Fitzclarence and Rosanna Ethelton. Recording by John Letton, Van Nuys.
The Mansion by Henry Van Dyke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Leeson. The Mansion by Henry Van Dyke. There was an air of calm and reserved opulence about the Waitman mansion that spoke not of money squandered, but of wealth prudently applied. Standing on a corner of the avenue no longer fashionable for residence, it looked upon the swelling tide of business with an expression of complacency and half disdain. The house was not beautiful. There was nothing in its straight front of chocolate-colored stone, its heavy cornices, its broad, staring windows of plate glass, its carved and bronze-bedecked mahogany doors at the top of the wide stoop, to charm the eye or fascinate the imagination. But it was eminently respectable, and in its way imposing. It seemed to say that the glittering shops of the jewelers, the milliners, the confectioners, the florists, the picture dealers, the furriers, the makers of rare and costly antiquities, retail traders in luxuries of life, were beneath the notice of a house that had its foundations in the high finance, and was built literally and figuratively in the shadow of St. Petronius' Church. At the same time there was something self-pleased and congratulatory in the way in which the mansion held its own amid the changing neighborhood. It almost seemed to be lifted up a little, among the tall buildings near at hand, as if it felt the rising value of the land on which it stood. John Waitman was like the house into which he had built himself 30 years ago, and in which his ideals and ambitions were encrusted. He was a self-made man, but in making himself he had chosen a highly esteemed pattern, and worked according to the approved rules. There was nothing irregular, questionable, flamboyant about him. He was solid, correct, and justly successful. His minor tastes, of course, had been carefully kept up to date. At the proper time, pictures of the Barbizon masters, old English plate and portraits, bronzes by Barry and marbles by Rodin, Persian carpets and Chinese porcelains, had been introduced to the mansion. It contained a Louis Quinze reception room, an Empire drawing room, a Jacobean dining room, and various apartments dimly reminiscent of the styles of furniture affected by deceased monarchs. That the hallways were too short for the historic perspective did not make much difference. American decorative art is capable de tout. It absorbs all periods. Of each period Mr. Waitman wished to have something of the best. He understood its value, present as a certificate, and prospective as an investment. It was only in the architecture of his town house that he remained conservative, immovable, one might almost say early Victorian Christian. His country house at Dulwich on the Sound was a palace of the Italian Renaissance. But in town he adhered to an architecture which had moral associations, the 19th century brownstone epoch. It was a symbol of his social position, his religious doctrine, and even, in a way, of his business creed. "A man of fixed principles," he would say, "should express them in the looks of his house. New York changes its domestic architecture too rapidly. It is like divorce, it is not dignified. I don't like it. Extravagance and fickleness are advertised in most of these new houses. I wish to be known for different qualities. Dignity and prudence are the things that people trust. Every one knows that I can afford to live in the house that suits me. It is a guarantee to the public, it inspires confidence, it helps my influence. There is a text in the Bible about a house that hath foundations. That is the proper kind of mansion for a solid man." Harold Waitman had often listened to his father discoursing on this fashion of the fundamental principles of life, and always with a divided mind. He admired immensely his father's talents and the single-minded energy with which he improved them, but in the paternal philosophy there was something that disquieted and oppressed the young man, and made him gasp inwardly for fresh air and free action. At times, during his college course and his years at the law school, he had yielded to this impulse and broken away, now toward extravagance and dissipation, and then, when the reaction came, toward a romantic devotion to work among the poor. He had felt his father's disapproval for both of these forms of imprudence, but it was never expressed in a harsh or violent way, always with a certain tolerant patience, such as one might show for the mistakes and vagaries of the very young. John Weightman was not hasty, impulsive, inconsiderate, even toward his own children. With them, as with the rest of the world, he felt that he had a reputation to maintain, a theory to vindicate. He could afford to give them time to see that he was absolutely right. One of his favorite scripture quotations was, "Wait on the Lord." He had applied it to real estate and to people, with profitable results. But to human persons the sensation of being waited for is not always agreeable. Sometimes, especially with the young, it produces a vague restlessness, a dumb resentment, which is increased by the fact that one can hardly explain or justify it. Of this John Weightman was not conscious. It lay beyond his horizon. He did not take it into account in the plan of life which he had made for himself and for his family as the sharers and inheritors of his success. "Father plays us," said Harold, in a moment of irritation to his mother, "like pieces in a game of chess." "My dear," said that lady, whose faith in her husband was religious, "you ought not to speak so impatiently. At least he wins the game. He is one of the most respected men in New York, and he is very generous too." "I wish he would be more generous in letting us be ourselves," said the young man. "He always has something in view for us, and expects to move us up to it." "But isn't it always for our benefit?" replied his mother. "Look what a position we have. No one can say that there is any taint on our money. There are no rumors about your father. He has kept the laws of God and of man. He has never made any mistakes." Harold got up from his chair and poked the fire. Then he came back to the ample, well-gowned, firm-looking lady, and sat beside her on the sofa. He took her hand gently and looked at the 2 rings, a thin band of yellow gold and a small solitaire diamond, which kept their place on her 3rd finger in modest dignity, as if not shamed, but rather justified, by the splendor of the emerald which glittered beside them. "Mother," he said, "you have a wonderful hand, and father made no mistake when he won you. But are you sure he has always been so inerrant?" "Harold," she exclaimed a little stiffly, "what do you mean? His life is an open book." "Oh," he answered, "I don't mean anything bad, mother dear. I know the governor's life is an open book, a ledger, if you like, kept in the best bookkeeping hand and always ready for inspection, every page correct and showing a handsome balance. But isn't it a mistake not to allow us to make our own mistakes, to learn for ourselves, to live our own lives? Must we be always working for the balance in one thing or another? I want to be myself, to get outside of this everlasting profitable plan, to let myself go and lose myself for a while at least, to do the things that I want to do, just because I want to do them." "My boy," said his mother anxiously, "you are not going to do anything wrong or foolish. You know the falsehood of that old proverb about wild oats." He threw back his head and laughed. "Yes, mother," he answered, "I know it well enough. But in California, you know, the wild oats are one of the most valuable crops. They grow all over the hillsides and keep the cattle and the horses alive. But that wasn't what I meant, to sow wild oats. Say to pick wild flowers, if you like, or even to chase wild geese, to do something that seems good to me just for its own sake, not for the sake of wages of one kind or another. I feel like a hired man, in the service of this magnificent mansion, say in training for father's place as major domo. I'd like to get out some way, to feel free, perhaps to do something for others." The young man's voice hesitated a little. "Yes, it sounds like cant, I know, but sometimes I feel as if I'd like to do some good in the world, if father only wouldn't insist upon God's putting it into the ledger." His mother moved uneasily, and a slight look of bewilderment came into her face. "Isn't that almost irreverent?" she asked. "Surely the righteous must have their reward. And your father is good. See how much he gives to all the established charities, how many things he has founded. He's always thinking of others and planning for them. And surely for us he does everything. How well he has planned this trip to Europe for me and the girls, the court presentation at Berlin, the season on the Riviera, the visits in England with the Plumptons and the Halverstons. He says Lord Halverston has the finest old house in Sussex, pure Elizabethan, and all the old customs are kept up too, family prayers every morning for all the domestics. By the way, you know his son Bertie, I believe." Harold smiled a little to himself as he answered, "Yes, I fished at Catalina Island last June with the Honourable Ethelbert. He's a rather decent chap, in spite of his ingrowing mind. But you? Mother, you are simply magnificent. You are father's masterpiece." The young man leaned over to kiss her, and went up to the riding club for his afternoon canter in the park. So it came to pass, early in December, that Mrs. Weightman and her 2 daughters sailed for Europe, on their serious pleasure trip, even as it had been written in the book of Providence, and John Weightman, who had made the entry, was left to pass the rest of the winter with his son and heir in the brownstone mansion. They were comfortable enough. The machinery of the massive establishment ran as smoothly as a great electric dynamo. They were busy enough too. John Weightman's plans and enterprises were complicated, though his principle of action was always simple: to get good value for every expenditure and effort. The banking house of which he was the chief, the brain, the will, the absolutely controlling hand, was so admirably organized that the details of its direction took but little time. But the scores of other interests that radiated from it and were dependent upon it, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that contributed to its solidity and success, the many investments, industrial, political, benevolent, reformatory, ecclesiastical, that had made the name of Weightman well known and potent in city, church, and state, demanded much attention and careful steering, in order that each might produce the desired result. There were board meetings of corporations and hospitals, conferences in Wall Street and at Albany, consultations and committee meetings in the brownstone mansion. For a share in all this business and its adjuncts John Weightman had his son in training in one of the famous law firms of the city, for he held that banking itself is a simple affair, the only real difficulties of finance are on its legal side. Meantime he wished the young man to meet and know the men with whom he would have to deal when he became a partner in the house. So a couple of dinners were given in the mansion during December, after which the father called the son's attention to the fact that over $100 million had sat around the board. But on Christmas Eve father and son were dining together without guests, and their talk across the broad table, glittering with silver and cut glass, and softly lit by shaded candles, was intimate though a little slow at times. The elder man was in rather a rare mood, more expansive and confidential than usual, and, when the coffee was brought in and they were left alone, he talked more freely of his personal plans and hopes than he had ever done before. "I feel very grateful tonight," said he at last. "It must be something in the air of Christmas that gives me this feeling of thankfulness for the many divine mercies that have been bestowed upon me. All the principles by which I have tried to guide my life have been justified. I have never made the value of this salted almond by anything that the courts would not uphold, at least in the long run, and yet, or wouldn't it be truer to say and therefore, my affairs have been wonderfully prospered. There's a great deal in that text, 'Honesty is the best,' but no, that's not from the Bible after all, is it? Wait a moment. There is something of the kind, I know. May I light a cigar, father?" said Harold, turning away to hide a smile, "while you are remembering the text?" "Yes, certainly," answered the elder man, rather shortly. "You know I don't dislike the smell, but it is a wasteful, useless habit, and therefore I have never practiced it. Nothing useless is worth while, that's my motto. Nothing that does not bring the reward. Oh, now I recall the text. 'Verily I say unto you, they have their reward.' I shall ask Dr. Snodgrass to preach a sermon on that verse some day." "Using you as an illustration?" "Well, not exactly that, but I could give him some good materials from my own experience to prove the truth of Scripture. I can honestly say that there is not one of my charities that has not brought me in a good return, either in the increase of influence, the building up of credit, or the association with substantial people. Of course, you have to be careful how you give, in order to secure the best results. No indiscriminate giving, no pennies in beggars' hats. It has been one of my principles always to use the same kind of judgment in charities that I use in my other affairs, and they have not disappointed me." "Even the check that you put in the plate when you take the offertory up the aisle on Sunday morning?" "Certainly, though there the influence is less direct, and I must confess that I have my doubts in regard to the collection for foreign missions. That always seems to me romantic and wasteful. You never hear from it in any definite way. They say the missionaries have done a good deal to open the way for trade, perhaps, but they have also gotten us into commercial and political difficulties. Yet I give to them a little. It is a matter of conscience with me to identify myself with all the enterprises of the Church. It is the mainstay of social order and a prosperous civilization. But the best forms of benevolence are the well-established, organized ones here at home, where people can see them and know what they are doing." "You mean the ones that have a local habitation and a name." "Yes, they offer by far the safest return, though of course there is something gained by contributing to general funds. A public man can't afford to be without public spirit. But on the whole I prefer a building or an endowment. There is a mutual advantage to a good name and a good institution in their connection in the public mind. It helps them both. Remember that, my boy. Of course at the beginning you will have to practice it in a small way. Later you will have larger opportunities. But try to put your gifts where they can be identified and do good all around. You'll see the wisdom of it in the long run." "I can see it already, sir, and the way you describe it looks amazingly wise and prudent. In other words, we must cast our bread on the waters in large loaves, carried by sound ships marked with the owner's name, so that the return freight will be sure to come back to us." The father laughed, but his eyes were frowning a little as if he suspected something irreverent under the respectful reply. "You put it humorously, but there's sense in what you say. Why not? God rules the sea, but he expects us to follow the laws of navigation and commerce. Why not take good care of your bread, even when you give it away?" "It's not for me to say why not, and yet I can think of cases—" The young man hesitated for a moment. His half-finished cigar had gone out. He rose and tossed it into the fire, in front of which he remained standing, a slender, eager, restless young figure, with a touch of hunger in the fine face, strangely like and unlike the father, at whom he looked with half-wistful curiosity. "The fact is, sir," he continued, "there is such a case in my mind now, and it is a good deal on my heart, too. So I thought of speaking to you about it tonight. You remember Tom Rollins, the junior who was so good to me when I entered college?" The father nodded. He remembered very well indeed the annoying incidents of his son's first escapade, and how Rollins had stood by him and helped to avoid a public disgrace, and how a close friendship had grown between the two boys, so different in their fortunes. "Yes," he said, "I remember him. He was a promising young man. Has he succeeded?" "Not exactly. That is, not yet. His business has been going rather badly. He has a wife and little baby, you know. And now he has broken down, something wrong with his lungs. The doctor says his only chance is a year or 18 months in Colorado. I wish we could help him." "How much would it cost?" "3,000 or 4,000, perhaps as a loan." "Does the doctor say he will get well?" "A fighting chance, the doctor says." The face of the older man changed subtly. Not a line was altered, but it seemed to have a different substance, as if it were carved out of some firm, imperishable stuff. "A fighting chance," he said, "may do for a speculation, but it is not a good investment. You owe something to young Rollins. Your grateful feeling does you credit, but don't overwork it. Send him 300 or 400 if you like. You'll never hear from it again, except in the letter of thanks. But for heaven's sake don't be sentimental. Religion is not a matter of sentiment, it's a matter of principle." The face of the younger man changed now. But instead of becoming fixed and graven, it seemed to melt into life by the heat of an inward fire. His nostrils quivered with quick breath, his lips were curled. "Principle," he said. "You mean principle, and interest too. Well, sir, you know best whether that is religion or not. But if it is, count me out, please. Tom saved me from going to the devil 6 years ago, and I'll be damned if I don't help him to the best of my ability now." John Waitman looked at his son steadily. "Harold," he said at last, "you know I dislike violent language, and it never has any influence with me. If I could honestly approve of this proposition of yours, I'd let you have the money. But I can't. It's extravagant and useless." But you have your Christmas check for $1,000 coming to you tomorrow. You can use it as you please. I never interfere with your private affairs." "Thank you," said Harold. "Thank you very much. But there's another private affair. I want to get away from this life, this town, this house. It stifles me. You refused last summer when I asked you to let me go up to Grenfell's mission on the Labrador. I could go now, at least as far as the Newfoundland station. Have you changed your mind?" "Not at all. I think it is an exceedingly foolish enterprise. It would interrupt the career that I have marked out for you." "Well, then, here's a cheaper proposition. Algy Vanderhoof wants me to join him on his yacht with a little party, to cruise in the West Indies. Would you prefer that?" "Certainly not. The Vanderhoof set is wild and godless. I do not wish to see you keeping company with fools who walk in the broad and easy way that leads to perdition." "It is rather a hard choice," said the young man, with a short laugh, turning toward the door. "According to you there's very little difference. A fool's paradise or a fool's hell. Well, it's one or the other for me, and I'll toss up for it tonight. Heads I lose, tails the devil wins. Anyway, I'm sick of this, and I'm out of it." "Harold," said the older man, and there was a slight tremor in his voice, "don't let us quarrel on Christmas Eve. All I want is to persuade you to think seriously of the duties and responsibilities to which God has called you. Don't speak lightly of heaven and hell. Remember, there is another life." The young man came back and laid his hand upon his father's shoulder. "Father," he said, "I want to remember it. I try to believe in it. But somehow or other in this house it all seems unreal to me. No doubt all you say is perfectly right and wise. I don't venture to argue against it, but I can't feel it, that's all. If I'm to have a soul, either to lose or to save, I must really live. Just now neither the present nor the future means anything to me. But surely we won't quarrel. I'm very grateful to you, and we'll part friends. Good night, sir." The father held out his hand in silence. The heavy portiere dropped noiselessly behind the son, and he went up the wide, curving stairway to his own room. Meantime John Weightman sat in his carved chair in the Jacobean dining room. He felt strangely old and dull. The portraits of beautiful women by Lawrence and Reynolds and Raeburn, which had often seemed like real company to him, looked remote and uninteresting. He fancied something cold and almost unfriendly in their expression, as if they were staring through him or beyond him. They cared nothing for his principles, his hopes, his disappointments, his successes. They belonged to another world, in which he had no place. At this he felt a vague resentment, a sense of discomfort that he could not have defined or explained. He was used to being considered, respected, appreciated at his full value in every region, even in that of his own dreams. Presently he rang for the butler, telling him to close the house and not to sit up, and walked with lagging steps into the long library, where the shaded lamps were burning. His eye fell upon the low shelves full of costly books, but he had no desire to open them. Even the carefully chosen pictures that hung above them seemed to have lost their attraction. He paused for a moment before an idyll of Corot, a dance of nymphs around some forgotten altar in a vaporous glade, and looked at it curiously. There was something rapturous and serene about the picture, a breath of springtime in the misty trees, a harmony of joy in the dancing figures, that wakened in him a feeling of half pleasure and half envy. It represented something that he had never known in his calculated, orderly life. He was dimly mistrustful of it. "It is certainly very beautiful," he thought, "but it is distinctly pagan. That altar is built to some heathen god. It does not fit into the scheme of a Christian life. I doubt whether it is consistent with the tone of my house. I will sell it this winter. It will bring 3 or 4 times what I paid for it. That was a good purchase, a very good bargain." He dropped into the revolving chair before his big library table. It was covered with pamphlets and reports of the various enterprises in which he was interested. There was a pile of newspaper clippings in which his name was mentioned with praise for his sustaining power as a pillar of finance, for his judicious benevolence, for his support of wise and prudent reform movements, for his discretion in making permanent public gifts, the Weightman charities, one very complacent editor called them, as if they deserved classification as a distinct species. He turned the papers over listlessly. There was a description and a picture of the Waitman wing of the Hospital for Cripples, of which he was president, and an article on the new professor in the Waitman chair of political jurisprudence in Jackson University, of which he was a trustee, and an illustrated account of the opening of the Waitman Grammar School at Dulwich on the Sound, where he had his legal residence for purposes of taxation. The last was perhaps the most carefully planned of all the Waitman charities. He desired to win the confidence and support of his rural neighbors. It had pleased him much when the local newspaper had spoken of him as an ideal citizen and the logical candidate for the governorship of the state. But upon the whole it seemed to him wiser to keep out of active politics. It would be easier and better to put Harold into the running, and to have him sent to the legislature from the Dulwich district, then to the National House, then to the Senate. Why not? The Waitman interests were large enough to need a direct representative and guardian at Washington. But tonight all these plans came back to him with dust upon them. They were dry and crumbling like forsaken habitations. The son upon whom his complacent ambition had rested had turned his back upon the mansion of his father's hopes. The break might not be final, and in any event there would be much to live for, the fortunes of the family would be secure. But the zest of it all would be gone if John Waitman had to give up the assurance of perpetuating his name and his principles in his son. It was a bitter disappointment, and he felt that he had not deserved it. He rose from the chair and paced the room with leaden feet. For the first time in his life his age was visibly upon him. His head was heavy and hot, and the thoughts that rolled in it were confused and depressing. Could it be that he had made a mistake in the principles of his existence? There was no argument in what Harold had said, it was almost childish, and yet it had shaken the elder man more deeply than he cared to show. It held a silent attack which touched him more than open criticism. Suppose the end of his life were nearer than he thought. The end must come some time. What if it were now? Had he not founded his house upon a rock? Had he not kept the commandments? Was he not, touching the law, blameless? And beyond this, even if there were some faults in his character, and all men are sinners, yet he surely believed in the saving doctrines of religion, the forgiveness of sins, the resurrection of the body, the life everlasting. Yes, that was the true source of comfort after all. He would read a bit in the Bible, as he did every night, and go to bed and to sleep. He went back to his chair at the library table. A strange weight of weariness rested upon him, but he opened the book at a familiar place, and his eyes fell upon the verse at the bottom of the page, "Lay not up for yourselves treasures upon earth." That had been the text of the sermon a few weeks before. Sleepily, heavily, he tried to fix his mind upon it and recall it. What was it that Dr. Snodgrass had said? Ah, yes, that it was a mistake to pause here in reading the verse. We must read on without a pause. "Lay not up treasures upon earth, where moth and rust do corrupt, and where thieves break through and steal." That was the true doctrine. We may have treasures upon earth, but they must not be put into unsafe places, but into safe places. A most comforting doctrine. He had always followed it. Moths and rust and thieves had done no harm to his investments. John Waitman's drooping eyes turned to the next verse at the top of the second column, "But lay up for yourselves treasures in heaven." Now, what had the doctor said about that? How was it to be understood? In what sense? Treasures in heaven? The book seemed to float away from him. The light vanished. He wondered dimly if this could be death, coming so suddenly, so quietly, so irresistibly. He struggled for a moment to hold himself up, and then sank slowly forward upon the table. His head rested upon his folded hands. He slipped into the unknown. How long afterward conscious life returned to him he did not know. The blank might have been an hour or a century. He knew only that something had happened in the interval. What it was he could not tell. He found great difficulty in catching the thread of his identity again. He felt that he was himself, but the trouble was to make his connections, to verify and place himself, to know who and where he was. At last it grew clear. John Waitman was sitting on a stone, not far from a road in a strange land. The road was not a formal highway, fenced and graded. It was more like a great travel trace, worn by thousands of feet passing across the open country in the same direction. Down in the valley, into which he could look, the road seemed to form itself gradually out of many minor paths, little footways coming across the meadows, winding tracks following along beside the streams, faintly marked trails emerging from the woodlands. But on the hillside the threads were more firmly woven into one clear band of travel, though there were still a few dim paths joining it here and there, as if persons had been climbing up the hill by other ways and had turned at last to seek the road. From the edge of the hill, where John Waitman sat, he could see the travellers, in little groups or larger companies, gathering from time to time by the different paths, and making the ascent. They were all clothed in white, and the form of their garments was strange to him. It was like some old picture. They passed him, group after group, talking quietly together or singing, not moving in haste, but with a certain air of eagerness and joy as if they were glad to be on their way to an appointed place. They did not stay to speak to him, but they looked at him often and spoke to one another as they looked, and now and then one of them would smile and beckon him a friendly greeting, so that he felt they would like him to be with them. There was quite an interval between the groups, and he followed each of them with his eyes after it had passed, blanching the long ribbon of the road for a little transient space, rising and receding across the wide, billowy upland, among the rounded hillocks of aerial green and gold and lilac, until it came to the high horizon, and stood outlined for a moment, a tiny cloud of whiteness against the tender blue, before it vanished over the hill. For a long time he sat there watching and wondering. It was a very different world from that in which his mansion on the avenue was built, and it looked strange to him, but most real as anything he had ever seen. Presently he felt a strong desire to know what country it was and where the people were going. He had a faint premonition of what it must be, but he wished to be sure. So he rose from the stone where he was sitting, and came down through the short grass and the lavender flowers, toward a passing group of people. One of them turned to meet him and held out his hand. It was an old man, under whose white beard and brows John Waitman thought he saw a suggestion of the face of the village doctor, who had cared for him years ago, when he was a boy in the country. "Welcome," said the old man. "Will you come with us?" "Where are you going?" "To the heavenly city, to see our mansions there." "And who are these with you?" "Strangers to me until a little while ago. I know them better now. But you I have known for a long time, John Waitman. Don't you remember your old doctor?" "Yes," he cried, "yes. Your voice has not changed at all. I'm glad indeed to see you, Dr. McLean, especially now. All this seems very strange to me, almost oppressive. I wonder if... But may I go with you, do you suppose?" "Surely," answered the doctor, with his familiar smile. "It will do you good. And you also must have a mansion in the city waiting for you, a fine one too. Are you not looking forward to it?" "Yes," replied the other, hesitating a moment. "Yes, I believe it must be so, although I had not expected to see it so soon. But I will go with you, and we can talk by the way." The two men quickly caught up with the other people, and all went forward together along the road. The doctor had little to tell of his experience, for it had been a plain, hard life, uneventfully spent for others, and the story of the village was very simple. John Waitman's adventures and triumphs would have made a far richer, more imposing history, full of contacts with the great events and personages of the time. But somehow or other he did not care to speak much about it, walking on that wide heavenly moorland, under that tranquil, sunless arch of blue, in that free air of perfect peace, where the light was diffused without a shadow, as if the spirit of life in all things were luminous. There was only one person besides the doctor in that little company whom John Waitman had known before, an old bookkeeper who had spent his life over a desk, carefully keeping accounts, a rusty, dull little man, patient and narrow, whose wife had been in the insane asylum for 20 years and whose only child was a crippled daughter, for whose comfort and happiness he had toiled and sacrificed himself without stint. It was a surprise to find him here, as carefree and joyful as the rest. The lives of others in the company were revealed in brief glimpses as they talked together. A mother, early widowed, who had kept her little flock of children together and labored through hard and heavy years to bring them up in purity and knowledge. A sister of charity who had devoted herself to the nursing of poor folk who were being eaten to death by cancer. A schoolmaster whose heart and life had been poured into his quiet work of training boys for a clean and thoughtful manhood. A medical missionary who had given up a brilliant career in science to take the charge of a hospital in darkest Africa. A beautiful woman with silver hair who had resigned her dreams of love and marriage to care for an invalid father, and after his death had made her life a long, steady search for ways of doing kindnesses to others. A poet who had walked among the crowded tenements of the great city, bringing cheer and comfort not only by his songs, but by his wise and patient works of practical aid. A paralyzed woman who had lain for 30 years upon her bed, helpless but not hopeless, succeeding by a miracle of courage in her single aim, never to complain, but always to impart a bit of joy and peace to everyone who came near her. All these, and other persons like them, people of little consideration in the world, but now seemingly all full of great contentment and an inward gladness that made their steps light, were in the company that passed along the road, talking together of things past and things to come, and singing now and then with clear voices from which the veil of age and sorrow was lifted. John Weightman joined in some of the songs, which were familiar to him from their use in the church, at first with a touch of hesitation, and then more confidently. For as they went on, his sense of strangeness and fear at his new experience diminished, and his thoughts began to take on their habitual assurance and complacency. Were not these people going to the celestial city? And was not he in his right place among them? He had always looked forward to this journey. If they were sure, each one, of finding a mansion there, could not he be far more sure? His life had been more fruitful than theirs. He had been a leader, a founder of new enterprises, a pillar of church and state, a prince of the house of Israel. 10 talents had been given him, and he had made them 20. His reward would be proportionate. He was glad that his companions were going to find fit dwellings prepared for them, but he thought also with a certain pleasure of the surprise that some of them would feel when they saw his appointed mansion. So they came to the summit of the moorland and looked over into the world beyond. It was a vast green plain, softly rounded like a shallow vase, and circled with hills of amethyst. A broad shining river flowed through it, and many silver threads of water were woven across the green. And there were borders of tall trees on the banks of the river, and orchards full of roses abloom along the little streams, and in the midst of all stood the city, white and wonderful and radiant. When the travelers saw it they were filled with awe and joy. They passed over the little streams and among the orchards quickly and silently, as if they feared to speak lest the city should vanish. The wall of the city was very low. A child could see over it, for it was made only of precious stones, which are never large. The gate of the city was not like a gate at all, for it was not barred with iron or wood, but only a single pearl, softly gleaming, marked the place where the wall ended and the entrance lay open. A person stood there whose face was bright and grave, and whose robe was like the flower of the lily, not a woven fabric, but a living texture. "Come in," he said to the company of travelers. "You are at your journey's end, and your mansions are ready for you." John Weightman hesitated, for he was troubled by a doubt. Suppose that he was not really, like his companions, at his journey's end, but only transported for a little while out of the regular course of his life into this mysterious experience. Suppose that, after all, he had not really passed through the door of death like these others, but only through the door of dreams, and was walking in a vision, a living man among the blessed dead. Would it be right for him to go with them into the heavenly city? Would it not be a deception, a desecration, a deep and unforgivable offense? The strange, confusing question had no reason in it, as he very well knew, for if he was dreaming, then it was all a dream, but if his companions were real, then he also was with them in reality, and if they had died then he must have died too. Yet he could not rid his mind of the sense that there was a difference between them and him, and it made him afraid to go on. But as he paused and turned, the keeper of the gate looked straight and deep into his eyes, and beckoned to him. Then he knew that it was not only right but necessary that he should enter. They passed from street to street among fair and spacious dwellings, set in amaranthine gardens, and adorned with an infinitely varied beauty of divine simplicity. The mansions differed in size, in shape, in charm. Each one seemed to have its own personal look of loveliness. Yet all were alike in fitness to their place, in harmony with one another, in the addition which each made to the singular and tranquil splendor of the city. As the little company came, one by one, to the mansions which were prepared for them, and their guide beckoned to the happy inhabitant to enter in and take possession, there was a soft murmur of joy, half wonder and half recognition, as if the new and immortal dwelling were crowned with the beauty of surprise, lovelier and nobler than all the dreams of it had been, and yet also as if it were touched with the beauty of the familiar, the remembered, the long-loved. One after another the travelers were led to their own mansions, and went in gladly, and from within, through the open doorways, came sweet voices of welcome, and low laughter, and song. At last there was no one left with the guide but the two old friends, Dr. McLean and John Weightman. They were standing in front of one of the largest and fairest of the houses, whose garden glowed softly with radiant flowers. The guide laid his hand upon the doctor's shoulder. "This is for you," he said. "Go in. There is no more pain here, no more death, nor sorrow, nor tears, for your old enemies are all conquered. But all the good that you have done for others, all the help that you have given, all the comfort that you have brought, all the strength and love that you have bestowed upon the suffering, are here, for we have built them all into this mansion for you." The good man's face was lighted with a still joy. He clasped his old friend's hand closely, and whispered, "How wonderful it is! Go on, you will come to your mansion next. It is not far away, and we shall see each other again soon, very soon." So he went through the garden, and into the music within. The keeper of the gate turned to John Weightman with level, quiet, searching eyes. Then he asked gravely, "Where do you wish me to lead you now?" "To see my own mansion," answered the man, with half-concealed excitement. "Is there not one here for me? You may not let me enter it yet, perhaps, for I must confess to you that I am only—" "I know," said the keeper of the gate. "I know it all. You are John Weightman." "Yes," said the man, more firmly than he had spoken at first, for it gratified him that his name was known. "Yes, I am John Weightman, senior warden of St. Petronius Church. I wish very much to see my mansion here, if only for a moment. I believe that you have one for me. Will you take me to it?" The keeper of the gate drew a little book from the breast of his robe and turned over the pages. "Certainly," he said, with a curious look at the man. "Your name is here, and you shall see your mansion if you will follow me." It seemed as if they must have walked miles and miles, through the vast city, passing street after street of houses larger and smaller, of gardens richer and poorer, but all full of beauty and delight. They came into a kind of suburb, where there were many small cottages, with plots of flowers, very lowly, but bright and fragrant. Finally they reached an open field, bare and lonely looking. There were 2 or 3 little bushes in it, without flowers, and the grass was sparse and thin. In the center of the field was a tiny hut, hardly big enough for a shepherd's shelter. It looked as if it had been built of discarded things, scraps and fragments of other buildings, put together with care and pains by someone who had tried to make the most of cast-off material. There was something pitiful and shamefaced about the hut. It shrank and drooped and faded in its barren field, and seemed to cling only by sufferance to the edge of the splendid city. "This," said the keeper of the gate, standing still and speaking with a low, distinct voice, This is your mansion, John Waitman." An almost intolerable shock of grieved wonder and indignation choked the man for a moment so that he could not say a word. Then he turned his face away from the poor little hut and began to remonstrate eagerly with his companion. "Surely, sir," he stammered, "you must be in error about this. There is something wrong. Some other John Waitman, a confusion of names. The book must be mistaken." "There is no mistake," said the keeper of the gate very calmly. "Here is your name, the record of your title, and your possessions in this place." "But how could such a house be prepared for me?" cried the man, with a resentful tremor in his voice. "For me, after my long and faithful service! Is this a suitable mansion for one so well known and devoted? Why is it so pitifully small and mean? Why have you not built it large and fair like the others?" "That is all the material you sent us." "What?" "We have used all the material that you sent us," repeated the keeper of the gate. "Now I know that you are mistaken," cried the man, with growing earnestness. "For all my life long I have been doing things that must have supplied you with material. Have you not heard that I have built a schoolhouse, the wing of a hospital, 2, yes 3, small churches, and the greater part of a large one, the spire of St. Petro—" The keeper of the gate lifted his hand. "Wait," he said. "We know all these things. They were not ill done. But they were all marked and used as foundation for the name and mansion of John Waitman in the world. Did you not plan them for that?" "Yes," answered the man, confused and taken aback. "I confess that I thought often of them in that way. Perhaps my heart was set upon that too much, but there are other things, my endowment for the college, my steady and liberal contributions to all the established charities, my support of every respectable—" "Wait," said the keeper of the gate again. "Were not all these carefully recorded on earth where they would add to your credit? They were not foolishly done. Verily, you have had your reward for them. Would you be paid twice?" "No," cried the man, with deepening dismay. "I dare not claim that. I acknowledge that I considered my own interest too much. But surely not altogether. You have said that these things were not foolishly done. They accomplished some good in the world. Does that not count for something?" "Yes," answered the keeper of the gate. "It counts in the world, where you counted it. But it does not belong to you here. We have saved and used everything that you sent us. This is the mansion prepared for you." As he spoke, his look grew deeper and more searching, like a flame of fire. John Waitman could not endure it. It seemed to strip him naked and wither him. He sank to the ground under a crushing weight of shame, covering his eyes with his hands and cowering face downward upon the stones. Dimly through the trouble of his mind he felt their hardness and coldness. "Tell me then," he cried, brokenly, "since my life has been so little worth, how came I here at all?" "Through the mercy of the King." The answer was like the soft tolling of a bell. "And how have I earned it?" he murmured. "It is never earned. It is only given," came the clear, low reply. "But how have I failed so wretchedly," he asked, "in all the purpose of my life? What could I have done better? What is it that counts here?" "Only that which is truly given," answered the bell-like voice. "Only that good which is done for the love of doing it. Only those plans in which the welfare of others is the master thought. Only those labors in which the sacrifice is greater than the reward. Only those gifts in which the giver forgets himself." The man lay silent. A great weakness, an unspeakable despondency and humiliation were upon him. But the face of the keeper of the gate was infinitely tender as he bent over him. "Think again, John Waitman. Has there been nothing like that in your life?" "Nothing," he sighed. "If there ever were such things, it must have been long ago. They were all crowded out. I have forgotten them." There was an ineffable smile on the face of the keeper of the gate, and his hand made the sign of the cross over the bowed head as he spoke gently. "These are the things that the King never forgets, and because there were a few of them in your life, you have a little place here." The sense of coldness and hardness under John Waitman's hands grew sharper and more distinct. The feeling of bodily weariness and lassitude weighed upon him. but there was a calm, almost a lightness in his heart, as he listened to the fading vibrations of the silvery bell tones. The chimney clock on the mantel had just ended the last stroke of 7 as he lifted his head from the table. Thin pale strips of the city morning were falling into the room through the narrow partings of the heavy curtains. What was it that had happened to him? Had he been ill? Had he died and come to life again? Or had he only slept and had his soul gone visiting in dreams? He sat for some time, motionless, not lost, but finding himself in thought. Then he took a narrow book from the table drawer, wrote a check, and tore it out. He went slowly up the stairs, knocked very softly at his son's door, and hearing no answer, entered without noise. Harold was asleep, his bare arm thrown above his head, and his eager face relaxed in peace. His father looked at him a moment with strangely shining eyes, and then tiptoed quietly to the writing-desk, found a pencil and a sheet of paper, and wrote rapidly, "My dear boy, here is what you asked me for. Do what you like with it, and ask for more if you need it. If you are still thinking of that work with Grenfell, we'll talk it over today after church. I want to know your heart better, and if I have made mistakes—" A slight noise made him turn his head. Harold was sitting up in bed with wide-open eyes. "Father," he cried, "is that you?" "Yes, my son," answered John Waitman. "I've come back. I mean I've come up. No, I mean come in. Well, here I am, and God give us a good Christmas together." End of The Mansion by Henry Van Dyke.